Festival event number 7 is in full swing. We're going to be late regging for that right now. And then the weekend warm up, a couple $30 tournaments. Altogether, we're going to be playing 4 tournaments. Hopefully, putting up some big numbers. I'm feeling a big score coming. I feel it. Feel it in my bones. Let's do this, you guys. Let me go ahead and get the Winter Festival number 7. Here we go. Here we go. Thank you for your patience while we balance the tables. There are no rebuys. There are no add-ons. What you see is what you get. 4,000 chips. We're just about to go up to the next level at 100, 200. So we'll be starting this tournament with around 20 big blinds. A little bit on the short stack, but we know how to play it. So first place in this is $2,700. Not a bad little score. Let me go ahead and get my windows and layers all sorted out here. Remove that. Remove that. There we go. Sorry guys, just give me 1 second here. And you'll notice we are without Exmoa tonight. She gives you all her love. She'll be back someday soon. Okay, firing out 2.5x. We're starting out a little bit lower than we normally would because, like I said, no rebuys, no add-ons. You gotta play just a little bit tighter, a little bit smaller ball than normal. Jesus, coming along for the ride, and man, this might be a pretty quick tourney. It's a pretty good flop for us, though. We've got that nut flush draw. We've got the gut shot straight draw. We might have an ace as an out. So, okay, we'll just take it. And just like that, we're increasing our stack by more than 15%. Not a bad way to start. Poker ball's making the open limp. Hate those open limps. I hate it even more when you're kind of this short. Everybody's in the same spot. We got George McFly to our right. If you're watching right now, George, good luck to you in this. Moving to another table now. Let me go and look at the info. 36 out of 64, so right in the middle of the pack. Look at the other overlay here without Exmoa. There we are. You guys feel like seeing the payouts? You want to see the payouts? I want to see the payouts. Let's put those up too. And I hope that all of your weekends are going well, guys. Today's going to be a good day. We're playing some big tournaments, and I really am feeling a big score right around the corner. So here we go. It's been a little bit of a drought of a week. I've gone like 4 streams without caching, which is a little unusual. We haven't really been playing that much either. So today we're changing that. I'm going to get into this weekend warm-up as well. We'll just kind of bounce back and forth between these 2 tournaments. The main tournament that I'm going to be featuring and focusing on, though, is this Winter Festival event. Let me get this rebuy going here. So we've got this tournament too. We'll just kind of go back and forth between that. And yeah, I hope you all are doing well. I hope that your weekend is going well. If you're on the grind, good luck in your hands. Good luck on the felt, virtual or real. And it's great to see you guys. Let me see here. A little 9-10 off suit, making the fold. Folding under the gun. I better set an alert, too, for when that 30 re-entry opens up. 26 minutes is when it starts. Poker Mindset Coach in the stream. First one to say good evening. It's good to see you, man. Good to see you, Dan. So tomorrow, guys, we're going to be doing a little something different. We're going to be starting a little bit earlier. We're going to be starting at about 2 o'clock instead of 3. And we are going to be having a little bit of sub of the day. We're going to be talking to Bob Hatter, who's getting ready for an HPT event out there in Colorado. Golden Gates coming up in February, and he asked us to sit down with him and go over the schedule. Kind of throw some thoughts around about like which starting days are the best days to go for. And talk a little bit about staking arrangements. He listed the event on tastysteaks.com with no markup, so it's a pretty good deal. I'll be going through the process of how to list and how to buy a steak tomorrow on Tasty Steaks, and we're going to be going over the structure sheet, kind of coming up with a little bit of a strategy for the HPT. We've spent a lot of time watching HPT final tables, but I don't think that we've really spent that much time talking about how to get there. So I've only made one HPT final table. It was back when they were doing it at the Palms, but Vegas is a pretty tough market. If you could make a final table in a Vegas HPT, I figure that you can make it anywhere. We got a mean shit making the raise to 380, deep blue Q making the call on the button, and we're sitting here with ace queen getting 5-1 and no idea where we'd be if we hit an ace. So I'm actually going to make the fold here. I would feel more comfortable with a hand like 8-6 than ace 8. Because this is one of those spots where we could hit trip aces and just completely blow our stack off. It feels like it's a little nitty making the fold, but there it is, ace 8 in the muck against that under the gun raise and a button call. We got Decker 711 with the triple fist bumps. It's good to see you, Decker. I hope that your weekend is going well, my friend. Albino 2004 in the stream. Great to see you, Albino. And we've got Simpson H wishing us good luck. Thank you very much, Simpson. Appreciate the good luck wish. I hope that you get your wish. I hope that your wish comes true, Simpson H. JPB. I'm sorry, JPB 16. Good to see you, man. So Cinderella Man making a min raise here in the hijack, looking at queen jack off, getting 3-1. It's close. It's kind of one of those trouble hands. Again, it's just like you can hit your hand and not know where you are. So I'm gonna get out of the way. Grinder Die, what's up? What's up, Grinder Die? It's a good username. It reminds me of that old Skate or Die franchise back in the 80s. I spent a lot of time with that video game. So, I mean shit, making the check. Cinderella Man C betting 450 into 1125. And so far, we just haven't seen anybody turn over hands, which that's good. That's good. It means that we don't have to be slaves to the showdown. We're past the point where you actually have to turn over a hand to win a pot. Little pocket fours on the button. I like it. I like it. Okay. Everyone's folding. Everyone's folding to us. You know what that means, you guys? Well, no. Everyone folded a Cinderella Man who made a min raise again. So, two ways to play it. We can make the call or we can make the raise. I'm going to go ahead and choose to raise. I guess we could also fold. That just seems too nitty. Let's make the raise here to 1,000, making the 2.5x raise. Isolating Cinderella Man. Hopefully we don't have to get it all in the middle right here. If Cinderella Man shoves here, it's going to be a call, and we're going to just have to hope that we're on the right side of a coin flip. Wow, that's kind of interesting. Cinderella Man doesn't shove. Instead, Cinderella Man makes a raise to 895. Well, it's not going to be a fold. Let's go ahead and make the call and see what the flop comes. Pretty clean. Going with it. We're going to just hope that he has like an ace king, ace queen, and not pocket tens or pocket nines. Hold your breath, guys. Ace king, show me ace queen. Ah, there we go. Hold. There we go. Cinderella Man with the ace king. Even when you know what he has, it's still a bit of a clincher. Nikki, 2 cards in the stream. Good to see you, man. Good luck on your weekend grind, buddy. Hope that you're doing well. And now we have a little bit of leeway. Now we have some much needed leeway, guys. A little bit of rope. We've got a little bit of rope. We can wiggle a little bit. We don't have to win the next hand in order to stay in the tournament. We're no longer looking at a 20 big blind stack, which is doesn't leave a lot of room for error. Pocket queens, beautiful hand. We got the Loki X next to us in middle position, raising to 500. Okay, raise to 3100 with Jack 10 offsuited, 600, 1200. Okay, good enough. We're gonna go 1250 here. That's a 2.5x raise. Waiting for it to get down to the 5. Loki just saw us make the same 2.5x raise with pocket 4s. So, oh wow! And look at Imga coming along for the ride. Coming along for the ride for a third of his stack in the small blind, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it, you guys. Pocket queens. It's huge. If the Loki makes the raise here and squeezes, I'm fine with that. So let's get it in. Yeah, no, Loki. No. Well, we don't even have the spades. So the Loki doubling through us, leaving us with 2464. Oh, good. Hot as skate. Mucked 9s. Very, very good fold. Hot as skate. I mucked 9s. Can you guys believe it? Yes, we believe it. Hot as skate. Yes, we believe it. To a raise and a 3-bet and a call in the small blind. Pat yourself on the back for making a really obvious fold. Cinderella Man making the shove. Deep Blue makes the call. And now we're right back to where we were. 12 big blinds. Pocket Queens showing no love. Loki having one of the 2 hands that we're really worried about. Yeah. Bony Fish, hello. How are you doing, man? Good luck tonight. He says, take it down. I'm going to try, buddy. I'm going to try. I was doing a lot better before that hand. Well, we've got backup tournaments if this doesn't go well. But it's going to go well. We're fine. We're fine. 12 big blinds. We can fade a big blind and a small blind and still have open ship back Woody. We're fine. Ollie Blaha, good to see you. He says, you guys smell that? I do. Ollie, I do. He says, I smell pizza. I smell first place pizza. Take it down, Ollie. I feel it too. I smell it too. Or maybe I'm having a stroke. I think I'm smelling the pizza though. I think I'm smelling the finish line. Let's do some premature celebrating. Yeah. Yes, premature celebration. Let's make the fold here. 7-3 suited. Hey, good luck tonight, Bob Hatter. I'll see you tomorrow at 2. 2 o'clock. Be there, be square. I guess that's 3 o'clock your time. 2 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Colorado does things different up in the mountains. Mountain time. And Bony Fish, if they keep on having PLO tournaments, we'll keep on playing them. That's the that is the deal I'll make with World Series of Poker.com. You guys notice any bling in the background? Brought out all the stops. Brought out all the stops. I'm feeling it tonight. Mozilla, good to see you in the stream, man. I hope that your grind tonight goes well. Let's make some final tables together. I wouldn't mind getting heads up and coming runner up to you, Mozilla. If it happens, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
We are gonna take over the
Thrivers, subscribing 3 months in a row. Great to see you, man. 3 months in a row sticking with us. Thanks for keeping the stream going. He says, I don't normally watch live due to time differences, but I enjoy watching and learning from recordings. Good luck tonight, and thanks for the stream. Thrivers, thank you for supporting the channel. If it wasn't for you, wouldn't be here. So thank you for being here, man. Pay the toll. Holding my breath for you. Thank you, Pay the Toll. And Nikki 2 cards saying, good call, pocket 4s. I mean, it worked out. It worked out that way. It didn't feel like he had the bigger pocket pair to me. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because we're being a little selective about what we can beat, or maybe it's because After hundreds of thousands of hands on the virtual felt, maybe millions of hands at this point, something deep down just feels the difference. Bony Fish. Also smelling the pizza. We got Maverick BP in the stream. It's good to see you, man. Hey, Dutch. Hey, crew. How are you doing, Maverick BP? It's good to see you, man. He says, cruising with Texas to Nevada. He says, good luck and hello as well. Nikki Two Cards, you tell him hi for me, man. You tell him hi for me. It hasn't been the same since he got his new job, and has been spending less and less time with the Twitch community. We miss you, Texas to Nevada. Sticky Slug in the stream. Good to see you, man. Virgin Ice in the stream. Good luck, Dutch and crew. Thank you very much, Virgin Ice. Great to see you tonight. I hope that your Saturday is going well. And guys, if you're new to the stream, I see a couple of new names. Make sure to click on that follow button if you haven't already followed. We do this a lot. We do this a lot. This is not our first rodeo. Making the fold here with King 3 offsuit against Sex Helmet. What a name. Sex Helmet. I wonder how long he was staring at his sign-up screen before he decided that that's how he wanted to present himself to the world. Sex Helmet. What a wonderful username. So, hottest skate making the min raise here. It's tempting, you guys. It's tempting. Do I have some fold equity here? I don't think I do. Not with these stacks. Under the gun +2, making a min raise. I'm going to go ahead and fold the ace-8 offsuit. Pot stucks in. Only do. There is no try. There is no try, he says. Do or do not. There is no try. It sounds like something Vince Lombardi would say. It's like they took a Vince Lombardi quote and just put it into Yoda. You know what we need, you guys? We need that little bad beat shield right there. Fist bump patch. Get them ready. We're going deep today. Deep blue Q. Making that 3-bet in the cutoff, and now the flop comes ace-jack-5. It looks like a pretty good flop to c-bet it. Deep blue Q. Don't let us down. Make that c-bet. Take it. There you go. 1,055. Wow. A little bit on the low side, deep blue. A little bit. Oh, and we don't get to see how it ends. Look at that. They just move us to the table before the. It's okay. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Deep blue probably just takes it down with a c-bet, or he has to fade a check raise and folds with a smaller pocket pair, no club. That's probably what happened. So 8 big blinds now. Brutal. Just brutal. What do we do with it, you guys? 8 big blinds. I mean, who can we push against and have some fold equity? Probably not B-Water. Maybe Gig. Maybe 4 agreements. Can we push against Gig? Jack-9 offsuit. You know, one of the nice things about shoving against a big stack like that is a couple of these guys have to worry that maybe if they call, he puts a little squeeze on them. So let's do this. Jack-9 offsuit. I think that the push-fold charts are going to say this is okay. B-Water says, not today. I'm going to go ahead and look you up with an ace high. So far, so good. Dodge the ace, dodge the 10. There we go. So taking a 40%er into a 60%er, and we just slide right through like it's nothing. No problem. No problem. Nice call there, B-Water. But we didn't have that dominated position. You know, we were okay. It was better shoving with Jack-9 than Ace-9. So back to a little bit over starting stack. The roller coaster ride is in full swing, you guys. Am I mixing metaphors? 5-7 off, making the fold. Nilesy says, "Yo, Dutch, win some tourneys tonight, bro. I'm going to, Nilesy. I'm not going to try. There is no try. Do or do not. There is no try. So we're going to do it. We're doing it tonight. I feel it, Nilesy. I feel it. All day I've been thinking about today. I've been thinking about these tournaments. It's these are our average buy-in is kind of high tonight. So we have this $100 tournament, and then we've got the $30 rebuy coming up in a little bit. We've got the weekend warm-up down here in the bottom left, which is a $150 tournament. Bluffed Gurf, open limping. That's not going to work. Let's go ahead and make the shove right here. Try to pick up 20% of our stack without having to fade a flop. We've got the best hand. So Bluffed Gurf, making the fold. We don't have to. We don't even have to flip. We just take it. 20% of our stack right there. Just take those bones. Ross Mofo, good to see you, man. Maverick BP says he placed 5th in my WSOP finals. Needed first for the ticket. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Played so well. 750 people. He got 5th out of 750 people. That is pretty good, man. That is pretty good. Okay, so a little 6-9 offsuit on the button. We got the low key X on our left. We got free roll me. Have no idea how free roll me plays. But yeah, but if they fold to me, I'm going to take a shot at it. Little 2.5x. Instead, 4 agreements makes a raise, and I think I'm going to go ahead and get out of his way. Nice hand there, 4 agreements. ST Bob, good to see you, man. Hope that your weekend is going well. Got C-Manx in the stream with the What Up Dutch. What up, C-Manx? That's what up. What up, Dutch? What up, C-Manx? That's what up. Timo 3004 says, good luck, good luck. Hope we make a final table. I am Cali Funk. Let's do it then. Cali Funk. Timo, we can do this. We can do it. We've got Gig 2008 making a min raise. Yeah, I'll make it. I'll make a fold here, Gig. 15,000 chips in front of you. I feel like I could get through here. Maybe not, though. You know, this is kind of that drowning stack, but it's close. It's really close. I kind of feel like, you know, Bandsman made that min raise so quick that I just don't ever put him on a huge hand. And I feel like he bet just enough so that he can make the fold if he's put to it. We get to see. What'd you have there, Bandsman? Little ace-5 suited. Would you have made the fold? Maybe. You know, if I made the raise with a king-9, are you folding there? I think you would. And if he wouldn't, then I think that he's folding on the queen 7-2 flop. I think that if we made a little 2.5x, it works. I think it would have worked. And firing out a half-pot size bet into 2 opponents on a queen 7-2 board after the small blind and the big blind both look you up. I don't love it. I don't love it, Bandsman. I think that it's okay to just give up on that flop against 2 opponents. You know, you don't have to c-bet a third of your stack into multiple opponents when you completely whiff it. Fish on tilt making the shove. 3-bet shoving into... oh, wow. I'm just getting snap called by King Jack. Really, Gig? It's pretty optimistic. I bet Gig 2008 is definitely one of those glass half full type of guys. He's probably really fun to hang out with because he knows that good things are right around the corner. Yeah, a little less than 20 bigs. So what do we do? Is it a normal raise or is it just a shove? I don't know. Yeah, let's just shove it. Pocket eights. It feels like we're in that weird spot where it's a little less than 20 big blinds, a little more than 15, where it's just a really awkward stack to play, and I have no idea what to do with it. So we're not folding. If we make a min raise, or like a normal raise, then there's a pretty decent chance that we're going to we're going to get a couple of callers, or we're going to even get a 3-better, and we're not going to really like our spot. So let's just go ahead and claim it. Interesting. Drandle 85. I have no idea how you play. A little pocket eights on the bottom left there in that $50 weekend warm up. With 40-80 blinds, Drandle 85 decided to just shove for 4,700. I don't know that pocket eights is the worst hand there. I feel like I could see Drandle making that shove with ace king, ace queen. I just don't know. I have no information about Drandle. I do know that it's not a very good shove. So let's go ahead and put the bull on him. It's almost a fishy shove, but spewed. What is that? 60 big blinds at the 40-80 level after an under the gun raise to 2 big blinds. Well, I think Bill Reynolds made it 2.5. So Bill Reynolds making it 2.5 big blinds under the gun down here in the bottom left, right underneath me. Drandle 85 shoving for 60 big blinds. That just can't be right. It just can't be right. Bonefish saying missing Miss Eximois. Missing Miss Eximois. She's waving. She's waving from across the room. John Blaze, good to see you, man. We got 408 Shaytak. Dutch, you seem well rested? Question mark. 408 Shaytak. If that is a question, the answer is yes. I am well rested. Looks like you're ready for the long haul tonight. I am. We're gonna put up some big figures tonight. I feel it, guys. I'm gonna get a little bit of green tea. Be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. We're back, and I'm feeling good. Poker Mindset Coach bringing up a good point. He says, you're almost exactly where you would have been after the first hand, minus your blinds, coming back strong after the queen scare. That's one way to look at it. It's one way to look at it. I think that it's best to just try to stay in the moment and forget about what's happened in the past. Forget about what could be or what is. Just focus on what is. And we're looking at 21 big blinds. That's what is. That's what's going on. B-Water making the raise. 520. 21 bigs. 21 bigs, and the big blind is just now passing us. So looks like it's raising in one more hand. 142.80 is going to be the next level. The ante's not raising, so should be a little bit looser this hand than next hand, I guess. Getting somewhere around 5-1 on two random cards. It's close. It would have been a good flop for Jack 4. So we would have been playing it strong. I guess against two opponents like that, I think that maybe we would have just fired out instead of counting on B-Water to C-bet. And if we went for a check raise or checking and seeing if B-Water fires out and gig raises or calls, then if B-Water fired out, we wouldn't be overcalling gig. But if B-Water fired out and gig folded, we'd probably be going for a check raise. That would have been the game plan had we played it, but we didn't play it. So instead, we just get to sit back and watch as Gig 2008 tries to buy this pot. We don't get to see Gig 2008 guessing correctly that if B-Water had hit an ace on the end, he would be value betting it. Or maybe Gig 2008 is hitting the ace and firing out a little bit too much with a weaker ace 10 type hand. Make the fold here against Fish on Tilt, who now has enough chips where he doesn't feel obligated to make a shove. Well, 2-4 offsuit. We got free roll me sitting out, and the Loki X on our left. Yeah, I'll take a shove. I'll take a shove into the Loki X. Hope that he just folds the hand. If four agreements and Bance Man folds, I'll take a shot at it. Instead, four agreements says, I will take the shot. He takes the move from us, and our 2-4 offsuit is in the muck faster than, well, let's come up with a let's come up with a good analogy. Making a fold. Fish on tilt. Okay. A little bit slow. Fish on tilt. Making the call. Flop is 7-6-3. Pretty good flop for me. And Fish on tilt, I just don't think that you do this with a 7. I think that you probably check raise with a 7. I don't think that you do this with a hand that is actually beating us. You might have some sort of combo draw like an ace 5 or an ace 4, or maybe you have something like a 6-5 or 6-4, 3-5, 3-4, 8-9, 8-10, 9-8. Those are pretty much where I'm putting you. I'm not putting you on a 7 Fish on tilt. So if you don't have a 7, it's going to be a call. Hold your breath. 8-9. We can fade it. Fade it. There we go. Fading it. So yeah, he had a lot of outs there. Tons and tons of outs, guys. He had 6 outs for a bigger pair, and he had the 8 outs for the open-ended straight draw, which puts him at 14 outs. So you might think, well, it looks like he's ahead of you. Not so quick though. Not so quick, because we have some redraws. We have some redraws, which is going to sway it back into our favor. Let's run this. By the way, RT Kabuto, thank you very much. Subbing 10 months in a row. 10 months in a row. It's awesome to have you here. RT Kabuto, man, one of our very earliest supporters of the stream. You know, making it possible. We wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here without you, man. So thank you very much. Yeah, so Fish on Tilt, we just he just doubled us up and we had to show Jack 6. So this is what we call being exposed. Makes me think that it's probably time to go ahead and make some folds here. Tighten up just a little bit. You know, when you have to show a crappy hand like Jack 6 for the whole world to see, it's like it's like our flies down. Fish on Tilt, getting in there with Jack 9 suited against Free Roll Me, and finding himself about as bad as you can find yourself in poker. 2 undercards versus an overpair. No problem though. No problem. Fish on Tilt just slides right through. No worries at all. Yeah. So let's go back and let's do some estimating here on that 8-9 versus Jack 6 on the 7-6-3 board. I'm gonna look and see if there weren't any backdoor flushes or backdoor straights, there weren't any backdoor flushes for either one of us. So Jack 6 versus 8-9 on a 7-6-3 board. What do you guys think it is? So he's got 14 outs, which on the surface you would think that he'd be the favorite. However, if he hits his 8 or he hits his 9, then some of the time we hit one of our 5 outs and we're ahead of that hand. So about 10% of the time, he hits a pair of 8s or 9s, and we hit trip 6s or a pair of jacks to counterfeit his pair. So I think that is actually going to put us at a slight favorite. I actually think that we're probably going to be at about 51.5, and he's going to be at about 48.5. That is my guess, you guys. You guys want to take a guess before we look it up? Who's the favorite? Let's play a little game called Who's the Favorite. And one more time, what is the hand we're looking at? Well, the hand that we just doubled up with right here. This is the hand we're looking at, and the question is, who is the favorite on the flop? I will say this, it doesn't matter if he's slightly ahead of us. The 1,725 that's dead money in the pot already makes it a call. If we're looking at like a 40% equity spot, we're supposed to be making that call there. By the way, guys, before we do this, we're doing a little quad mining. Let's do a little quad mining against JD Candidate and DD and Laggity Taggity. And God damn it, drugs all day, spoiling the party. Deciding, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and make the 3-bet here, super, super light, and put the pressure right back on JD Candidate. It's going to work. Oh. There we go. We get to see drugs all day. How you like it now? Making the fold. Wow, making the fold. So he 3-bet. He 3-bet to 2,100 after an under the gun JD Candidate made it what was it, like 560? Then folded to the all-in shove. What do we put drugs all day on there? I mean, probably just complete air, right? He folded so quickly. So he's either 3-betting with a hand that can't stand the 4-bet ever, like an ace jack, maybe a king queen. I mean, even a smaller pocket pair, he should at least think about it. There was already 5,000 in the pot. He at least needs to think about making the tough call with pocket 3s against the ace king that JD Candidate probably had. So we're not putting him on a small pair. We're putting him on a stupid hand like 8-9 suited, or like ace-9 suited, somewhere like he doesn't really have any business even 3-betting it. But he decided to put the squeeze on. You know, he might not have even had anything. He might have had as bad as like a queen 5 offsuit, something like that. So Laggity Taggity making the raise. I'm going to go ahead and make the call here with our any two cards suiteds, getting 4-1. Not that bad of a flop, Laggity Taggity. It's not a bad flop for us. We've got the pair of 5s. We've got the backdoor flush draw. And Laggity Taggity continuing with a 7-8-4 bet, half the pot. We could do a little check raise action, or we could just call and induce some further action. What do you think, Laggity Taggity? Jack might have hit him. So maybe if we check there, he fires out a... maybe he fires out a bluff with a hand like ace-10, but probably not. So we're firing out there, hoping that the jack did hit him, and he hero calls us. Okay, let's get back to our game, shall we? The game is... who's the favorite? And I'm going to say I'm the favorite by about 52%. Fish on tilt is going to be about 47.5%. That's what I'm going to put it at. It's pretty close. Again, you know what he has? He has 8-9 of diamonds. We've got the jack-6. No flushes possible at this point. He's got 14 outs, but we've got the redraws. And the 2% per street rule tends to overestimate equities when you have a lot of outs. So we've got the best hand. We've got the best hand, right? Let's look it up. Let's go to the card player odds calculator. It's pretty much my go-to spot. I know that there's plenty of better ones out there, but this is the one I like. And they all do the same thing, you know, so you don't really have to get wow, let's do this. Hold on, guys. So we have the jack of diamonds, 6 of spades, and he has the 8 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, and the flop is 6 of hearts. Gosh, fucking drugs all day, man. This guy is just a fucking sputard. Okay, nice spot there, buddy. Okay, let's see. We got... Nope, it wasn't 7, 8 of diamonds. It was 8 and 9 of diamonds. Let me go ahead and get it up here. Well, that's pretty good. Las Vegas Sam. We'll fire out the same amount. You guys know how this goes. You don't have to see it. Let's just put the cards up there and see who's ahead. 6, 7. Be careful not to give him any sort of backdoor flushes. Am I seeing that right? Is this exactly 50-50? Exactly 50-50? Really? Like exactly 50-50? That doesn't happen a lot. Okay. I guess I'll buy it. So this hand kind of got away from us here. Las Vegas Sam, check called on the flop. Check raised the minimum on the turn. What does it mean? On a 2 of diamonds? I don't know. Now he's trying to represent a flush, I guess. My head's kind of exploding here in confusion. It's a weird line for Las Vegas Sam to take. I feel like with a 5-6, I don't think that he plays it this way. So he could have been slow playing a big hand like queens or jacks or aces. He could have been. He could have been slow playing a set on the flop. I don't know, though. We've got the pair of eights. I don't really feel like folding because he could also have just a crazy line. He could just be taking a real weird line against us. He could have a hand like he could have a hand like
We're gonna like
ace
take over the
three,
boat.
ace four, ace deuce. He could also have. I mean, he could easily have us beat. He could easily have us beat. Hold your breath, guys. Yeah, ace deuce does not have us beat. So we're back up to almost 18,000 chips, you guys. Looking pretty good. Always is tough when you have to call for all of your chips. When you have to put all of your chips in the middle, that's always a tough call. Riley, it's good to see you. Says, "Hey Dutch, how much longer do you think you're going to be streaming tonight?" I don't know. But we're going to be playing at least these two tournaments and then another two probably after the $30 rebuy and the $30 reentry. So I'm going to say we'll probably wrap it up here at about 11, depending on how we do. Laker656 in the stream. Good to see you. We got 4-Wheel Phil in the stream. Great to see you too, man. And Seattle Pro. So I'm playing live in a home tourney and watching the stream. Is that dedication or what? Seattle Pro. Good luck in that home game, man. And tell your buddies, tell your poker buddies hi for us. Make the fold here. Spanky Love in the stream. That's a little bit of a newish username I don't recognize. Spanky Love, if you haven't followed the stream yet, click on that little follow button right underneath the video. Ace 4 offsuit against JD Candidate. Make it another min raise. I'm going to make the fold here. Pot stuck. Quick like a bunny. What was that? My mom used to say that to me when I was a little kid. But it's in the sink. Quick like a bunny. What was that? Okay, pocket jacks. I like it. Pretty strong hand. Pretty strong hand. The fourth best hand in poker. There's only 3 hands possible that can beat us, you guys. That's strength. That is strength right there. Wow, look at drugs all day. Okay, drugs all day. I'm going to go ahead and make the call here. I'm going to go ahead and let you see bet on that flop. And I'm going to check raise you. Unless an ace or a king hit. Well, now we're going to just check fold. Drugs all day. And look at that bottom left, you guys. Look at this. Pocket aces. That's fun. That's fun. Pocket aces getting called by CLT Clove. Drugs all day, not taking a stab with his pocket 10s or pocket queens or pocket 9s. Who knows what he's got? Fires out 1,400 into 4650. I'm not going to bite drugs all day. Look at what's going on over here, you guys. With the aces, I see bet. CLT Clove decided to re-raise, and Randall's in there with the King Jack. Can it hold? It does. So the pocket aces cracked a meter going up. It's going up. So Hips 83 saying, how many places paid in this? 15. We're looking at 15 places paid. And $200 bubble right there. 27.51 up top. I wonder what Drugs All Day had there on that Ace King flop against our pocket jacks. Here he is making an under the gun raise. Getting 3-1 on an Ace 5. It's close. It's close. We got a poker joker down here firing out half pot into our top two pair. And getting away from it. Nice fold there, a poker joker too. This is why you're one of the best on the site. So JD Candidate getting a little in trouble there with the Queen 9 offsuit. Making that min raise with Queen 9 offsuit. And Vegas player with a dominating position and just the cooler spot. How chill is that? King, Queen, Queen. Jeez. Vegas player just calling with that Ace Queen too in the small blind, just calling with the Ace Queen. I don't feel like Ace Queen offsuit is strong enough to make the slow play like that. I think it's a pretty timid way to play it. And here we have Drugs All Day. Ooh, just crashing and burning for a pretty good chunk of a stack. 9,000 now. Getting it in there with the Ace Jack versus the Ace Queen. And how did that go? I got to look at this. Crazy things are going on now, guys. I'm pretty sure that was just all in pre-flop, right? So, yeah. With 40 big blinds. No, I guess effectively it's a little less. Still looking at about 21, 22 bigs. Decides to just make the shove. Shoved for 22 BBs in the small blind against an under the gun +1 opener with Ace Jack offsuit. You don't have to do that. You don't have to shove in that spot. You can call and see a flop. You can also fold. It's a little nitty of a fold against an under the gun +1 raiser, but it's, you know, against a cutoff or a hijack, I say, yeah, go ahead and make the 3-bet. But you don't have to shove. I mean, it's a little bit on the high side. You know, live you can make those kind of shoves a lot easier, being able to get like actual live reads on your opponents. But he doesn't have a read on Laggity Taggity. You know, when Laggity Taggity makes a min raise under the gun +1, 875, and he's putting in a tenth of his stack under the gun +1. Ace Jack offsuit starts to kind of shrink up. But does it surprise me? No. Drugs All Day, man. Drugs All Day is high right now, and not like the chill, like, oh, what's going on high. He's like the chill. He's like the aggressive, like meth coke high, where he just feels like he's invincible and he wants to get it in there. Raise, raise, raise. So Las Vegas Sam getting in there with the Ace Jack and Laggity Taggity with the Queens. Getting crushed. That sucks. Laggity Taggity, that sucks for you, man.
Like, take over the poker room.
We got Ross Mofo. Ross Mofo. Clicking on that sub button, man. Thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate you supporting the stream with your subscription. And I'll tell you what, we got some sub perks for you, dude. Besides the emoticons, besides the little feeling that you get when you are supporting a streamer directly for the content that you're watching. Besides that, besides being able to, let's go ahead and make the call here, getting 6-1 with any two. Really? Any two? Any two. Little King 7-4 action. Okay. Completely whiffed that. But you know, King 7-4, not against that big of a bet. Done with it. Besides being able to look back at all the old videos that we've got, all the video on demands, which are closed off unless you're a subscriber. Besides the the sub chat onlys that we've got with the HPT viewing parties and the poker clinics that I promise you are right around the corner. We'll get those going here pretty soon, and final tables. We also have some other sub perks for you. We got actually things you're gonna hold in your hand. We got these fist bump patches that we got printed up just for you, man. Ross Mofo, and a DRM-free digital copy of my book, Poker Tilt. If you haven't heard my plug about this, just know that I spent a lot of time writing it. There's a lot. It was hard to write because there were some dark chapters that I didn't like reliving, but it got some pretty good reviews, and I hope that you get a chance to give it a read. So let me finish this this stream, and after I'm done with the stream, I'm going to go ahead and send you an email welcoming you to the crew. Welcome to the crew, man. Thank you very much for supporting the stream, man. Really do appreciate it. And if there's anything I can do for you to make that just a little bit better of a $4.99 value, I want you to let me know. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Hashtag Schwagio saying, if you happen to chip up very early in a tournament, would you play more hands aggressively or sit back with your standard strategy and not change a thing? Hashtag Schwagio, you really shouldn't change that much. There's not that much of a difference between a 45 big blind stack and a 75 big blind stack. Most of the time, with either one of those stacks, you're really playing effective stacks. It doesn't matter what you have in front of you. Look at Vegas player. He has everybody at the table, covered, twice over. So he needs to be playing this stack the same way that he would be playing a 23,000 stack, because that's in effect what he's playing. Laggity Taggity and Vegas player effectively have the same stack in this tournament. So there shouldn't really be that much of a difference. The name of the game is still chip accumulation over survival. You're not trying to get knockouts. You're trying to get their chips, and there's a significant difference between the two. So don't change your strategy that much between a big stack and a really big stack, because they both should play about the same. And there's going to be some ICM considerations late, in the end game. Once you're like 5-handed or 6-handed, there's some ICM considerations to think about, and there is going to be a difference. But at this stage in the tournament, and like you said early on, hashtag Schwagio, if you happen to chip up very early in a tournament, makes no difference to your overall strategy between like a really big stack and a semi-big stack. Semi. And one Grime asking, what's the turning on the bottom left corner? That, my friend, one Grime, is the weekend warm-up. It's a $50 rebuy and add-on. So actually, it's a bigger tournament than what we're playing right now in the Winter Poker Classic event number 7. But it's just getting started. And every draw got there. Uncle Rollin and Castor. What did you have there, Castor? Little A7 offsuit. That's a lot of chips to get in the middle there. So he fired out a half pot size bet, checked the turn, and then called off a half pot size bet. So making the raise with our Jack 5 suited. It was suited. But it was suited. Yeah, Snood Master, the King 7-4 with King 7 versus 4-4. What a cooler that was, huh? What a cooler that was. It's not supposed to hit either one of them. Instead, it hits both of them, just crushes both of them. And what was kind of interesting was we had Las Vegas Sam making a, let me see how that went on the flop. So he fires that 2200 on the flop, and then Laggity Taggity just shoving with a set of fours. I don't really like the shove there from Laggity Taggity. No slow playing there. $22.12 into $29.50 with King 7 on a King 7-4 board after raising pre-flop and then hijack with King 7 suited. And what did he make it pre-flop? Las Vegas Sam. He made it min raising. Okay. Deuce in my pants. Where's XMY? He says. Where's XMY? Why does everyone always ask that? Aren't I enough? Deuce in my pants? Aren't I enough? She's in the other room. She didn't feel like coming on tonight. She wanted to. She's got some projects she's working on, and she also wanted me to just focus. She wanted me to focus on just crushing these 5Ks. I love having her on. It can be a little bit distracting, a tiny little bit. Hey, Master, welcome to the stream. By the way, I don't think I've seen you in chat before. There's a couple of new names here that I don't recognize. And guys, if you haven't followed the stream yet, just click on that little heart button. It's right underneath the video, and you can follow. You know, whether you get notifications or not is up to you. But you can get notifications for when we go live, so you don't miss a stream. And but even if you don't, you know, following the stream definitely helps us out. It definitely helps the stream out. It's a very easy way for you to support what I'm doing without actually opening up your wallet. You know, you don't have to. You know, you can say, you know what, I'm watching it. If you're watching it, then why aren't you following it? If it's worth your time right now, it's probably worth a follow. Good luck, Ace123 saying what's up, Dutch. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's a little Jack 6 offsuit. We got Castor in the big blind. Castor, man, such a beast. He's so good. He's so good. He's got that donkey, not because he plays like a donkey, but because he's an ass. He's a good player, though. He's a good player. I'm gonna make the fold. Little 9-8 suited. Looks pretty good. You know, Laggity Taggity, we just now raised with Jack 5 suited. And Drugs All Day has the perfect shove stack, so it's going to be a fold. I think that if we make the raise, I think Drugs All Day shoves. I think he 3-bet shoves, and then we're sitting here with 9 high, being like, oh, I guess I'll fold. I mean, I don't know what I would do if I make it 1100 and Drugs All Day fires out for 5,000 more. So there's 22. There's 3,000 in the middle. Maybe it's a call. You know, maybe we call with 9-8. Yeah, Conqueso. I'm not sure what to say about that. I don't know why. I don't know why it appears that my mouse is moving in unison on both screens. I have this 5K guaranteed over the weekend warm up, so it's like over it, and that's why it looks like the mouse is on both windows. ZASTF Unreal, I hope that you're right. He says, I think PokerSite scheduled these seasonal Uber tournament series to coincide with the increase in gambling brought about by the NFL playoffs. I hope you're right. I hope that the management team is thinking in those kinds of terms. I suspect, though, that they're not. I suspect that they're just like, oh, we'll schedule one there, schedule one there. Let's schedule one there. But wsop.com is probably different. So, giving up here with a Jack 10 against the Ace 8, I guess we probably could have taken it with a check raise down here in that weekend warm-up. We didn't lose a lot. The problem with making the check raise there is it just feels kind of obvious what we've got. Then we decided not to bluff into the Ace 8 on the end because I'm going to give CLT Clove enough credit to put us on exactly what we've got. I think a hero calls us. I think he hero calls us with Ace High if we fire out a half pot size bet there on the river. I think he does. Moist Tat. Hey, bud. It's good to see you, man. Ross Mofo says, a big blind to get access to Dutch, one of the poker greats. No-brainer sub purchase. Man, thank you very much. I do really appreciate it. We got Chivas USA following the stream. Thank you for clicking on that follow button, Chivas. It's good to see you again. And June, dancing across the stream. Every single time you get a follow, you see that little Shih Tzu poodle dancing across. Back to tax guy, thank you for following. Really appreciate it. And guys, if you haven't followed the stream, click on that little heart button underneath the video. It really does mean a lot to me. We're trying to get to 12,000 follows before the end of the month. Will it happen? I don't know. Benny Bolt, helping us reach our goals. Benny Bolt, welcome to the crew. Drugs all day. Drugs all day. Drugs all day. Drugs all day. 12 big blind shove. Making the fold of 8-3 offsuit. Always feels wrong to fold. Especially against that spewer. Do it again, Drugs all day. Do it again. He did it again. He did it again. Probably up against a smaller pocket pair. Pocket jacks. Let's flip it. That looks good. Hold. So, yeah, sometimes we're up against that ace jack again or the ace 10 again. Other times we're up against that smaller pocket pair. Pocket jacks is a pretty big smaller pocket pair. It's still a coin flip, though. So, there it is. Flipping pretty good in this 5K guaranteed. In this Winter Poker Classic event number 7, John Blaze making the min raise. I think it's going to be a raise from us here with ace deuce suited. John Blaze, this is a pretty good spot for us, really. I think we're going to go ahead and make the 3-bet, and we're going to hope that you fold. And if you don't, we're going to go ahead and probably c-bet and put the pressure on you. We're 8 away. 8 away. Ace deuce. Sometimes we get better to fold. Sometimes we can get like the ace nines and the ace eights and the ace sevens to fold. If John Blaze re-raises, then it's going to be a fold from us. But we've got position. We've got a hand that doesn't play that poorly post-flop. And we probably have the best of it. I think that John Blaze is good enough where he's going to be making raises there with, any two court cards. And he's good enough where he's not going to want to put his whole stack in the middle with stupid little hands like pocket threes or, ace fives. So Jim C, man, good luck. Good luck on those treatments, dude. I really hope that it's a success. Man, Jim C emailed me a few months ago asking my unbiased advice on a really tough, like life or death type question. It was kind of unfair, actually. It put me in that spot. But it was like, wow. The question was, like, there's this, I've got this degenerative disease. There's this treatment that's an experimental treatment that that my doctor is suggesting that I might take, but it has a small risk of permanent paralysis and even death, but could also, a big chunk of the time it could prevent, some worse things down the road. Do you think I should do it? I was like, wow. I mean, you're asking me a quite literal life or death question, but I said that he should. I hope that it turns out well. It's one of those things where if you don't, you're always going to wonder if you're, like down the line, if your life would be better if you had just taken the shot and taken the chance. And if, worst case scenario is you die. Bad news, everybody, you're going to die. Eventually, it's going to happen. It's probably better to not live with the regret of just not knowing. It's like that Orbital song. It starts out, it's better to regret something you have done than something you haven't done. And I think that's true. And I think also, you got to consider, your family and the people closest to you. Perhaps harboring resentments if you don't take a shot at getting better and doing everything that you can to, to prevent, bad things in the future. I think, it's a really tough question, and I'm wishing you the best, man. I really am. I hope that it comes out that you made the right decision, and I also hope that if you made the wrong decision, it wasn't that much affected by the answer I gave you. I'll tell you, every time we take a bad beat, it's easy to not put it into perspective. It's easy to think, oh, well, that's the worst thing that could have happened in that moment. But then you start kind of comparing your situation to to other spots, and I mean that's a decision that I don't envy. That is a choice that I don't envy having to make, Jim, and I really, my thoughts go out to you. I hope that it works out. Sooner BMW, by the way, good to see you here in the stream. Had a chance to meet him a few months ago. Well, I guess last month. Hope that your 2016 is going well, Sooner. And thanks for sticking with us another month. Really appreciate it. Sex Helmet and Vegas Player. Man, yeah. Let's do it. Against a small blind who doesn't raise with the ace queen, I think that we just got to take a shot. And man, laggity taggity, buddy. I know that you're gonna feel like I've just been abusing your blinds if these guys fold and I make another $1,300 raise. I know that you're gonna just look at me thinking, you're so full of it, Dutch. But I actually have a legit hand here, man. I have something. Yeah, so Flaggity Taggity 3 bets. I think that I'm gonna probably 4 bet, because I think that he thinks that we're wider than we are, and that's in that specific situation. Snud Master, thank you very much for the sentiment, man. I'll hold you to it. When you're the next few times I see, I'm gonna be like, "Are you comfortable, Snud Master? You a little more comfortable? You doing okay? Are you comfortable?" Okay, maybe not. Not really. Snud Master, it's enough that you're here. Erroneous Monk. Hey, if you were a hot dog and you were starving, would you eat yourself? That's a good question, Erroneous Monk. No. No, I think I would just have to starve to death. So, Lewis Watch Time, good to see you, man. Asking, where is the lovely lady today? She's here. She's not on the stream. She's chilling out right next to me. She's in a good mood. It's not because she's angry at you. She wasn't upset with you, Lewis Watch Time. That's not why she's not on the stream. She's telling me right now. Tell them all hi. Slevin Kalevra 7. Slevin Kalevra 7. Nice username, man. That's a tongue twister right there. Welcome to the stream. He says, ZSTF Unreal, talking about Bitcoin, declared a failure, a quote, failure by one of its founders. That is indeed true, Unreal. That happened. Mike Hearn sold all of his Bitcoin and then wrote a blog post driving down the price of Bitcoin right after he exited. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike, you traitor. I'll tell you what, Mike. For the last 5 years, you've spent the last 5 years as one of the core developers for Bitcoin Core, and now because they don't want to switch over to your Bitcoin XT fork, you're pouting. That's what you're doing. I know it. I see right through it. Mike Hearn pouting because 3 of the 5 other people with the commit access on the GitHub doesn't want to switch over to a bigger block size. So he's saying it's a failure because it's too popular. That's like, it's like, oh, well, that restaurant is a failure because so many people want to go eat there that it takes forever to get to get sat down. That's basically what he's saying. The problem with the block size is that it makes it so that you can only get 3, like a transaction every 3 seconds on the blockchain. So what he's saying is because the blockchain is so crowded, because so many people are using it, that means that it's a failure. Because let me repeat that: because so many people are using Bitcoin now that it is running into its ceiling as far as how many transactions it can actually process. Since so many people are using Bitcoin now, it's a failure, according to Mike Hearn. And he writes that right after he sells all of his Bitcoin. Not after. Not after. Fuck you, Mike. Yeah. Well, I'm long on it. I'm holding it. This is about the 89th time Bitcoin has been has failed. And every single time it does, every single time one of these stories hits where a big financial guru or a big Bitcoin developer or something happens where Mount Gox absconds with hundreds of millions, or Silk Road goes down, or there are so many things that have happened in the history, the short history of Bitcoin, which lots of experts and pundits have said, well, that, I guess that spells the end for that experiment. Okay, well, it went down to 360. Now it's back up to like 390. I'm long on it. I'm holding, boys, and I think you want to try to time that market. Good luck, because Bitcoin is about as volatile as it gets. But it's volatile up and to the right. I remember feeling about, like, I don't really think this is a safe investment. It's too volatile when it was at $10. So I got rid of most of my Bitcoin because it was a failed experiment. I think that could Bitcoin go down to zero? Sure, but it could also be up to 100,000. It could go up to 100,000 a coin. It could go up to 10,000 a coin. It'll probably do, between 10,000 and zero. Is it more likely to hit 10,000 or is it more likely to hit zero? Probably it's more likely to hit zero, but I think that it will do one or the other. I think that it will either be 10,000 or it will be zero. It's not going to just, stay where it's at. It's going to move one way or the other. The way that it could go down to zero, I guess, is if maybe it gets replaced with a better cryptocurrency. But I think that the concept cryptocurrency is here to stay. There are some there's some other projects, Ethereum, for example, and there's plenty of altcoins. There's Bank Coin coming out. R3 is trying to come up with Bank Coin. What does it mean? I don't know, guys, but I'm still very long on it. Let's make the move here with an ace deuce offsuit. Hope to get through. We've got the Loki. We've got Uncle Roland in the small blind and big blind. Under the gun +1 looks strong, you guys. Got to give a little credit where credit is due. Ace deuce offsuit. Figures to be ahead. Nope. Uncle Roland says 3-bet. You got it, buddy. You got this. You got this, Uncle Roland. You got this, man. Lewis Watch Time. I wish that you would have told me that. Lewis Watch Time saying she is only 50% of why I sub. Well, 51%. I wish you would have told me that because she's getting 100% of your sub money. So I'm going to let her know. She doesn't get to keep that anymore. So good luck Ace123 saying, hey Dutch, I'm coming out to Vegas for March Madness in a couple months. If I want to play some smaller stakes tourneys, where would you suggest going? That's a good question, man. Good question. The Aria Nightly is a pretty nice tournament. If you're coming in before they start charging for parking, then I would suggest that. The Orleans tournament on Friday night is a pretty good turnout with pretty weak competition. Depending on when you're coming in, check out pokeratlas.com. They're going to have a listing of all the top tournaments, and I would recommend kind of sorting that list by let's go and make the call here against Laggity Taggity by the rake percentage. Okay, so making the call with Ace-4 suited. Let's flop some magic, boys. Ace-5-9, is that magical? Is that a magical flop? Not really. This is a little bit of a scary flop where it's like, okay, well, we hit it. Laggity Taggity is either drawing dead or crushing us with a bigger with a bigger ace. So let's fire out a half pot. The Queen of Spades now hitting the turn lets us get called with weaker. And firing out, a lot of times since he checked back, we might make that bluff with nothing. So I think that he calls there with like the queen jacks and the king queens and the king jacks and the jack tens. I think that he would even call with jack ten. I think that there's a decent chance there. So laggity taggity, taking another chance here with 1750. I'm going to make the fold here with ace ten offsuit. A little nitty, mayhaps. There you go. Okay, guys, we're on a break. We're on a break after this laggity taggity Vegas player hand. I wonder if ace 10 was going to be the best hand. Probably, right? Wow, Vegas player firing out 800. Firing out 800 into 4,200. 4,600. Another 800. Oh, come on. Laggity taggity. What'd you have? Pocket tens? Pocket sixes. You had pocket sixes. So the ace 10 actually would have been good. And I don't think Vegas player is able to spike his set there. Wow, how do you do that, Vegas player? How do you fire out the minimum bet on that turn and with pocket twos, and then fire out another min bet on the river when you actually hit your full house? Made the min bet with 2-2 on an ace queen queen 5 board. And then another min bet when he rivered the 2. Okay, guys, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere because we've got a lot of great poker action left to come. And make sure to click on that little follow button if you haven't followed the stream yet. Big shout out to our newest subscriber, Rost Mofo. You are awesome, man. We'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. We're back in this Winter Festival number 7. 7th out of 20. 15 are being paid today. We're down to the wire. We're down to the wire, guys. 7 out of 20. I'm liking our spot here. I'm liking our situation. Loki making a raise. I'm going to make the fold here. Hey, and big shout out. Thank you very much to Queen Bee 902 for hosting us tonight. Really appreciate that. Sending a couple of her viewers our way. We'll try to pay that forward. And after we're done today, we will host somebody else. So, guys, really appreciate it. If you're coming from Queen Bee's stream and you're not sure what you're watching, you know that you're watching poker. I'm Dutch Boyd, 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, and I'm playing on wsop.com the Winter Poker Classic event number 7, which is real money online poker, legal, regulated right here in Nevada. So there aren't very many places to play if you're in the States. You can play the regulated online card rooms if you're in Delaware or New Jersey or Nevada. Everywhere else, it's still the wild west where anybody will take your action is an offshore criminal enterprise. You got ACR, you got Bovada, huge card rooms. They dwarf what we're playing for right here. Since I'm in Nevada, though, and since I have the option of playing on wsop.com, I try to stay away from ACR and Bovada. And actually, it's kind of interesting. If you actually look at the terms of service on Bovada and ACR, they exclude Nevada. Why? I don't know. They're breaking the law anyway, so why not let Nevada in? I have no idea why. I don't know why. Calvin Ayre's been offering sports betting to the U.S. since the late '90s. But when it comes to poker, I guess if you are in a few states, they don't want your action. So kind of interesting. Yeah, let's fire out that C bet. It's a little bit scary of a flop. We didn't hit, but Uncle Roland with the King Jack isn't going to continue. I'm going to go ahead and claim some equity right here. A good chunk of the time we are still ahead on a 10 high board with our ace high. So Uncle Roland now making a check raise. I feel like it's pretty likely he's got a combo draw here, but it's going to get the job done, Uncle Roland. You're saying to me you are willing to go broke with that hand? Okay. Well, I will blink first. I will blink. And making the fold here with a weak, raggedy ace. We're down to 2 tables, you guys. 10 out of 18. 3 of these guys are not getting paid today. The rest of us are. And we're not too worried about the bubble. We're worried about that top prize, you guys. Captain Wesker, welcome to the crew, man. 5 months in a row. I'm doing pretty good. He's asking how I'm doing. I'm doing pretty good. Better seeing that. That's awesome. Thanks so much for being here. And guys, if you're new to the stream and you don't know what you're seeing, if you don't know, we've got a couple of sub perks. So if you subscribe to the stream, not only do you get some pretty cool emoticons, we've got the Bitcoin emoticon, the Pirate Bay emoticon, the fist bump emoticon, we've got the anonymous emoticon. We've got some pretty cool emoticons there, but you also get a couple of fist bump patches. And a DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt. Where is that book? I don't know. Here it is. 90,000 words, 300 pages, and that is free for you if you subscribe to the channel. DRM-free digital version. Laudeman, it's good to see you, man. Yeah, where do I find the subscribe button? He says somewhere down there. I don't know. It's somewhere down there. And if you're watching on YouTube, you're not watching live, come over to Twitch sometime, man. We're doing this live, 3, 4, 5 times a week. So if you're watching this in not real time, you're missing out. You're missing out. Twitch is the nuts, man. Wow, laggity taggity. That's pretty unfortunate. Uncle Roland with the pocket 4s. That was a weird hand. I'm going to go ahead and actually replay that in my hand history there. Laggity taggity is out the door in 18th place. And we are on the stone cold bubble now, you guys. 16 players left, 15 paid. It's a $200 bubble. There are a lot of small stacks in this thing. We've got Uncle Rollin making a min raise. I really got to see how that played out. Laggity Taggity slow played that flop. It looked like pre-flop. Yeah, so he raised Uncle Roland. We're going to go ahead and make the call here, guys. On a Queen 10-4 with pocket sevens, are we going anywhere with it? Not really. Pretty much done with that. Making the check fold. Now I could see Uncle Roland not having us beat here. So he checks back. The King of Hearts hits the turn, and I kind of feel like if he's checking back, there's a decent chance that we're ahead. You know, that he has something like an ace-8 or pocket fives. So, I don't know. We'll check to him again and see what he does. If he checks back here and the river comes like a 4 or a 10 or a queen or a king or, you know, here we go. So we're going to check and we're going to call if he fires out a bet. What do you have? Ace-8, ace-9? Let me see. Ace-9 offsuit. So, Uncle Roland, we were planning on making the call. You did the right thing checking back on the river, I suppose. I think that you probably could have taken that on the flop, firing out that C-bet. It's hard to C-bet, though. It's hard to C-bet. You make the raise with ace-9, and then you freeze up. It's natural. It's natural to feel wrong making a C-bet when you completely whiffed. But you got to remember, you guys, you got to remember that your opponent's whiff too. You know, most of the time you miss the flop. And most of the time your opponent misses the flop. You know, so it's hard to make a pair. It's hard to make a pair in Hold'em. It's hard to actually connect with something. So don't shy away from that C-bet when your head's up, in position with the pre-flop aggression. You know, you're not raising pre-flop to see a flop and connect with it. You're raising pre-flop to just take the blinds and the antes. And if you have to see a flop, then you're making sure that you have the pre-flop aggression so you can fire out a C-bet and represent something and push your opponent off. You know, you want your opponent to be the one feeling like he has to connect or he's going to miss. You know, if you're the pre-flop aggressor, you don't have to connect. You know, you just have to have it so that your opponent doesn't. It really is like it really is all one of the big secrets to No Limit Hold'em MTTs is understanding just that concept, that the most important two tools that you have in your No Limit Hold'em MTT tool belt are going to be the pre-flop blind steal and the post-flop C-bet. That's number 1 and number 2, and there's others. Wow, so we got DDDI 1960 open limping. Gosh. Okay, buddy. Let's do this. I hate those open limps. So, Bonyfish saying, I'm still curious to know, have you ever heard of a flip-out triple elimination poker tourney? No. No, I can't say I have, Bonyfish, but it sounds like it sounds pretty high variance. If it plays like it sounds like it sounds like maybe they line up 1,000 people and they eliminate 200 and they eliminate 750 of them before they they even really get started. I don't know what is a flip out triple elimination poker tourney. I would guess, if I was going to guess, I would say that it was probably something where you start, everybody flips and all the heads stay in, all the tails are eliminated, and then maybe they do that another time. And maybe another time. Who knows? Glitch 2525. It's good to see you in the stream, man. He's saying he doesn't have the run good patch. Why don't you have the run good patch, Glitch? Did you not are you on that fist bump mailing list? Did you ever get one? We got to get you one, man. Let me focus on this. But if you could shoot me a little message here on Twitch, I'll get to the bottom of it. So 8 out of 16, and DDDI1960 decides, you know what? I'm done open limping. Now I'm going to go ahead and min raise under the gun. Probably a good idea, man. Probably a good idea there, DDDI1960. By the way, Double Gutter, good to see you, man. Almost didn't even notice you there in the stream. It's great to see you. ZASDF Unreal saying, in other news, sanctions were lifted off Iran. They're free to produce weapons of mass destruction. I thought they already had weapons of mass destruction. I don't really understand where the U.S. gets off telling other countries that they can't have nukes when we have how many tens of thousands of nukes pointed at every other country. I don't understand where we get off telling the world that they don't get to have the same weapon that we have. Yeah, I mean, like, what's really the difference between saying, "Yeah, you guys can't have nukes," and "Yeah, you guys can't have an air force"? You know, if we say Iran, you guys don't get a navy because we're worried that you could attack us with it. We get a navy. Britain gets a navy. Israel gets a navy. Iran, you do not get a navy. Like, where would we come off doing that? Like, I don't understand it. Eventually, it's just going to be one of those things. Eventually, every country is going to have a nuke. Every country. It's going to happen. You can't just hold back progress. It's going to happen, and it scares the hell out of me. But it's going to happen. Or maybe we'll just blow up the world before that happens. What was that? What's that paradox called? I think it's Fermi's paradox. The idea is, the idea is the universe is supposed to be so full of life. You know, there's countless numbers of galaxies out there, and solar systems out there, and planets out there, that there's supposed to be aliens all over the place. Yet we don't really have that much evidence. The question is why? Why when we look through our telescopes, aren't we just seeing, spaceships going back and forth? Why not? Why not? And there's some theories presented, and one of those theories is that when intelligent life advances to the point where they can get out of their solar system, well, before they do that, they advance to the point where everybody has a nuke and they blow themselves up. This is it could be one of those solutions to the paradox. It could be that's just the destiny, and it sucks. Anyway, enough politics. Let's focus on this. We are on the Stone Cold Bubble. Stone Cold Bubble in the Winter Poker Classic event number 7. I've got the other table kind of going on the other screen. XXXX Ding Dong saying, "Where's the missus? Where's the Mrs. Dutch Boyd?" She's here. She's in the room. She's doing some Adobe tutorials, learning how to do some animation. Huh. Gosh, Pocket Sixes. DDI 1960 making that min raise. It's a tough one. I'm going to make the fold. Maybe that's a little too nitty. But Stone Cold Bubble, guys. Stone Cold. And DDI is saying, hey, why don't you put in a tenth of your stack to set mine? Or 3-bet and open yourself up to DDI 1960 putting the pressure right back on us. Doesn't like every option there felt wrong, so making the fold. And wow, Sex Helmet winning with pocket twos. I wonder what DDI 1960 had. What do we think? Ace Queen maybe? King Queen maybe? Let's see. Ace King. Wow, so if we had made the raise pre-flop, I think DDD does in fact shove, and we just kind of are sick to our stomach. And yeah, look at that. DDD I 1960 not putting in another breath when it comes 10-8-4. No C betting with the Ace King offsuit. Made it min raise at the 501,000 level. Okay, guys. I'm sitting here, I'm watching the other table. No one wants to be the bubble boy. Looking around and figuring out which stacks we can focus on. I guess we can attack Draymond, we can attack Sex Helmet, we can attack Dust Miles, and that's pretty much it. There's some really small stacks on the other table. 3 stacks under 10,000. No, like 4 stacks, really. 4 stacks, 10,000 or less. 5 stacks, 10,000 or less at the other table. So there's a lot of shorties at the other table. Let's try. Let's put our head down and try. Uncle Roland, what do you think, man? You gonna let me get away with something here? He does. How about you, Loki? Loki makes the call. Flop is ace deuce 3, and he just donk leads into us. Look at that. It's distasteful. Okay, I'm gonna make the fold. +1 pot stuck. We got E-Ladle B4 following the stream. Thank you very much, man. Really appreciate you being here. I'm going to make the fold here with our 9 high. Who will it be, boys? Who will be the next one out? It's going to be fold, 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 fold. Everyone folds, and Vegas player, I'll take a shot at you. Slevin Kelevra 7. Welcome to the crew, man. Thank you very much for clicking on that sub button and supporting the channel. Really appreciate that, dude. Welcome to the crew. Hey, besides all the normal sub perks that you get, emoticons and past videos, also got to send over a couple of fist bump patches your way, and a DRM free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, for your Kindle, your Nook, your iPod, your iPad, your desktop reader. Hey, thank you very much for supporting the stream. I really appreciate it. After all the tournaments are done, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure to get you the links and the info and the Google Forms to get the fist bump patches out to you. You're awesome, man. Thank you very much. No Tilt here, 24 asking, hey Dutch, in an online rebuy tournament, should you rebuy right away to double your stack? I do. I think that you should too. No Tilt here. Looks like we just lost somebody. Who'd we lose? T-Spin Jr. We're no longer hand for hand, and what does that mean? Well, now it means that this guy Draymond and this guy Sex Helmet and this guy Dust Miles are going to go crazy. We're going to see tons and tons of all-in shoving because no one has anything to lose. Look at the difference between 15th and 14th and 13th and 12th and 11th and 10th. There is none. There is none. You look at the difference between 15th and 9th, and it's very small. It's very little. So no more tight plays. You gotta imagine that Draymond and Dust Miles and Sex Helmet to a lesser extent are gonna get all crazy now. When the table gets so like Uncle Rolland, he really needs to be tightening up his range. Same with the other big stacks at the table, stacks like Vegas Player and the Loki X, where you're supposed to, like with these kind of stacks, you're supposed to be kind of abusing the bubble. Once that bubble pops, you're really supposed to really tighten up and let the short stacks go crazy. You don't have to be the one to get the chips in the middle with them. Okay, guys, about 14 big blinds. I guess we're looking for a good situation to make a 3-bet shove with fold equity. I don't really think that we have enough chips to make a normal raise at this point. I think it's gonna, with less than 15 bigs, even if we're the one to open ship, I think it's a shove or fold kind of situation. Clipter 3, that's pretty much exactly right. The point of late regging is, in fact, to increase the dollar amount per hour. Yeah, it can also make it so that you kind of have that stop loss kind of built in. I think it really sucks when you're in for like 6 or 7 buy-ins for a rebuy. And you can kind of just avoid that and get right to the point where with a late reg. But the main reason a late reg is to increase the dollar, your actual earn per hour, your hourly rate. I think that it lowers your expectation just a little bit, but not that much. Two, 4, 6, 7 players at the other table, 8 players here, so we're still at 15. No one's getting knocked out. And at the other table, we just saw somebody go from 300 chips back up to 5,400. How do they do it? I don't know. So yeah, 15 bigs, and we're gonna be down to 10 bigs in another 51 seconds. Poker Mindset Coach, yes indeed. Pony Rule is XXX asking, why you fold an ace and 4 of hearts? I'm sure I have my reasons, buddy. Gosh, yeah, let's do it. Making the shove here against Vegas player. I think most of the time we get through. A big chunk of the time we get through. Das Miles. We're looking at 2 in a row. Nah. And Vegas player, I'm really surprised that you fold there. I think that you got to take a shot at Das Miles. So yeah, it feels good to be in the money, you guys. In the money in the Winter Poker Classic event number 7, 10 out of 15. And a lot of short stacks at the other table. One shorty here, Draymond. I don't know how you let yourself get down so low. And Sex Helmet, you can't just give this up. There's 4,000 in the middle. You got, oh my gosh. Sex Helmet playing pretty cautiously. Playing pretty cautiously. Looks like we just got moved, guys. And you know what? I wish we didn't. I wish we didn't get moved. I liked the other table better. I'm looking around here. B Water, Chaos Theory. Both of these guys are champs. We got George McFly. Sometimes he's watching the stream. He's really good too. I liked the other table. I liked the table of just a bunch of unknowns. V-Smack getting in there with the ace-10 against the ace-4, getting in there pretty damn good, and getting the double up. But B-Water had the stack to be able to fade that one pretty easily. Guys, noticing a couple of new guys on the stream. If you're new to the stream, click on the little follow button. It's that little heart right underneath the video, and it really does help me out. It doesn't cost you anything to do it. Just very little time. You don't even have to get notifications. Just follow. Help us get that follow count up. You guys are awesome. I hope that your Saturday is going well. Hope it's going as well as mine is. We are in the money, looking for that big payoff, looking for that 2,700 payday. Don't really have a very big stack in front of us. We're kind of short. A little over 10 big blinds. That's okay. It's okay. We know how to play a short stack. Looking around, kind of thinking we probably still have some fold equity to make a 3-bet shove if the situation presents itself. Otherwise, we're just going to find some open shoving situations. If we go through another orbit here, 2,400 plus another 1,600, so that's 4,000 will be at like 15K when it hits 1K, 2K. Then maybe 12K when it's 1K, 2K if we hit, 2 big blinds. So that'd be 6 bigs. Would we have fold equity at that point? Yeah, I think that we still would. But we're not going to try to just fold our way out of this tournament. Mean shit, you have no fold equity here, buddy. 1.5 to 1. 1.5 to 1 with 5 high. Okay. I lied. You do a mean shit. Karma Kiosk, man. Which one are you here? So, 9 high, 10 bigs. I think it's a fold. Is that nitty? Is that nitty? Saying, okay, well, maybe it's a shove with any two cards. Then you actually look down at 9-2 offsuit. And it's just so ugly. I don't think any push-fold chart is going to say with 10 big blinds to shove in that situation. But the spot looks good. The spot looks good. Chaos Theory Poker's chilling out in the stream tonight. Good to see. He says he was down to 65 chips.
You're gonna like take over the poker room.
65 chips, Chaos Theory, at the 8160 level. That's just ridiculous. How did you do that? How did you do it? Here you are with 54,000 chips. That's a hell of a turnaround. Nice job, man. Nice job. We got Daniele just subscribing to the stream. Daniele, thank you very much for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate it. Welcome to the crew, man. Big fist bump to you. Tell him what he's won. Okay, so you didn't win anything, but we do have some sub perks besides the emoticons, besides the video archives, and we like if we do make this final table, we switch it over to sub chat only. But we have some other perks that I'm going to send over to you after the stream's done. I'm going to send you an email with a little link to a Google Forms where you can pop in a mailing address. I'll send you 2 of these fist bump patches. Got mine right there, and I mean shit. Taking away our move. And also going to send over a DRM-free digital version of Poker Tilt. Spent a lot of time on that book. I hope that you get a chance to read it. Okay, guys. Yeah. 10 bigs with an ace rag. Looks okay. It looks okay. We got some fold equity. Hopefully we just get all the way through. It's close. So B-Water making a min raise. You know, I think I will see a flop with you here, B-Water. It's close to just shoving. No, let's see a flop. 5-6 on an ace 9-7 board. What do you think, B-Water? Part of me is really tempted to check raise shove here. We've gotten out. We got some new follows too. Thank you guys very much for the new follows. Really appreciate it. So Chaos Theory. Under the gun, +1. Gonna get out of the way. Mananika just followed the stream. Thank you very much for following the stream, Mananika. Kurt CSGO, thank you for following the stream. I don't know what you're saying here. $7-9. We don't have to think about it. We don't have to think about it. We don't have to think about it. We just make the fold. E-Smack taking that opportunity to shove. I like it. We're looking at 9 big blinds. We're looking for the shove. Shiva's USA saying Dutch's M is 4. I think effectively the M is a little bit smaller than that, Shiva's. A little bit smaller. Because the blinds are going up. Jack 10, it's going to be a shove if everyone folds to us. How about it, a mean shit? You're going to give us a chance here to make a shove? Pretty sure that the push-fold charts say shove. We get through. Ace Queen and mean shit. Nice. Nice hand. King Queen suited. It's going to be a shove. 10, 11 bigs. Yeah, it's a shove. Farmer313, thanks for following the stream. And George McFly and Chaos Theory, thank you for folding. Spicy Wasabi, thank you for folding. B Water, thanks for calling with Queen Jack. Oh, Jesus. V Smack. Fell right into that. We've got an out. That didn't hit. So V Smack waking up with like the absolute worst hand that we could see there. The absolute worst. You know, if give him aces. Give him aces all day. Kings is the absolute worst hand that we could have seen. In the big blind too. That's pretty ugly. You know, one of the nice things about having King Queen suited is you're supposed to be able to avoid the kings and the queens. It's a lot more likely that they have aces than kings. It's a lot more likely that they have ace king than kings. Oh, that's as bad as it gets right there. Even this is better. We've got an out. We've got 5. It's not going to happen. So that's it, guys. 13th place. We get the $200 and we move on to the next. Sigh. $2,700 is going to go to one of these other fuckers. And we are going to shut that down. Nice hand. Good luck to all the players who are still in that one. Gross. Be right back. Okay, guys. We shook it off. Let me get this. Trying to make this bigger. Might have to just add it again. There we go. Next, the weekend warm-up, where we're finding ourselves with 23 big blinds. At the bottom of the heap, 41 out of 48. I don't know how that happens with actually not that bad of a stack. But it's less than what we started with. So 2-4 suited, making the fold. Kitty Bear. I wonder if that's the Kitty Bear. I wonder if that's the same Kitty Bear that sometimes hangs out in the stream with us. Part of Poker Media. And let's get another backup tournament going. What's the next backup tournament? It's a $30 re-entry, so I'll get that in the corner. Oh, wow. So the weekend warm-up, this one is actually an even bigger prize pool, by the way. add that prize pool right here. The prize pool information. Put it right over our stream sponsors. Blue Shark Optics All-In Magazine. Let's go ahead and add that here. Oh, pocket aces, you guys. I love it. I'm so happy every time I see those rockets, guys. So happy. They haven't been cracked today. They are the unbeatable hand, the uncrackable hand. Here we are. I mean shit. What are you going to do against Bill Reynolds under the gun, min raise open? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and give Bill Reynolds a chance to make the re-raise right here. I don't really feel like letting Bill Reynolds off the hook if he has a hand like pocket 10s or pocket 9s. I don't want the flop to come out and chill my action. So making the raise and giving Bill Reynolds the opportunity to go ahead and get the rest of them in. There he is. Ace King versus aces. So yeah, like this flop right here, Jack 7-2, it could have chilled my action. You know, this is one of those situations where there's going to be so many times when you can get it all in pre-flop, but you're not going to be able to get it all in post-flop. So a big mistake that people make with those kind of hands, you know, in those kind of situations where you've got an under the gun raiser, So Bill Reynolds, yeah, maybe he's playing kind of wide, but I don't think so. I think that he's probably a little pretty tight under the gun. So yeah, looks good. He says, I verbally declared you have aces. I feel like I won the hand. Well, then nice job. Nice job, Bill. We get back-to-back. Aces to kings. Loner 11 making the limp on the button. Looking pretty good now. 17 out of 46. 3,103 for first. This one has a bubble of $450. 8 places pay. So if we make the money here, we are at the final table. But if we make the final table, we're not in the money. Those are the worst final tables. When you make the final table and you miss the money. Win by TKO saying we need some X and Y run good. I agree. Henny Bogan saying you folded 10-7 suited under the gun with less than a big blind. I think you weren't thinking straight. Well, no, I'll take a random hand in the big blind over 10-7 under the gun. The problem with the 10-7 suited under the gun is you win the hand, you're still going to have to win your big blind hand. So it's not even better than a random hand. Just take the random hand in the big blind. Why not? You know, when you have less than a big blind, you know, there's going to be, you should definitely make the shove there if you can get fold equity. But you've got less than a blind with 10 high. You know, it's not even like a 10-9. It's 10-7. We're never getting through. I'm okay with making the fold there and taking the random hand on the big blind. Because then you make it, like if you hit the big blind, if you win that big blind hand, which you shove with 10-7 with less than a big blind, you're gonna have to play the big blind hand anyway. You know, you're still not going to have enough chips to be able to fold the big blind. So you have to win the big blind one way or the other. But if you win the big blind without playing the 10-7, I mean, the 10-7 you might not even get to the big blind. If you win that big blind after folding the 10-7, then you're going to be looking at maybe 3 bigs. and maybe you don't have to. Maybe you don't have to play your small blind, depending on how the action goes, and maybe you can find a situation to make a shove with some fold equity, maybe, or find a situation where the pot is going to where someone's going to get squeezed out, and you're going to have some nice dead money. I will save the less than one blind, and take it into the big blind rather than make a shove with just not a random hand. It's not a random hand. It's one thing to shove without looking at your cards under the gun. It's another thing to actually look down and see worse than average with less than one big blind and say, okay, I'm going to go with it. Anyway, let's not think about it. Let's focus on the present. That's why they call it the gift. Yeah. Firing out 1,300 into a mean shit. Nice comeback there, Bill Reynolds. Nice comeback, Bill Reynolds. I wonder if that is the William Reynolds here in Vegas. Former roommate of Matt Marafiati. Something like 18,000 Twitter followers. A Poker Joker, too, decided to go ahead and make the shove, and I'm looking at 10,538. So 13 big blinds here. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go ahead and make the call. I don't like it. If we know he's got ace-9, we're supposed to make the call, so I don't think that I'd make the call if it's just a random player, but a Poker Joker, he's good enough to make that 3-bet shove pretty wide. We also, there's a little bit of a metagame aspect to making that call where we don't want them to think that we're just going to make, we're folding to him in those kind of situations. He's not supposed to have fold equity there with 13 bigs against us with those stack sizes. So let's not encourage those kind of moves. Let's let him know that if he's gonna make that shove, then he's gonna have to actually fade. So hey, Anaconda, high low, 10 months in a row, man. Anaconda, I'll tell you what, I love you, man. I'm really happy to have you here. You're one of the things that really prop up this stream, and thank you very much for being here. Another month, 10 months in a row. You are awesome. So a little ace-3 suited under the gun. We got loner. Yeah, let's fire out 1,300. Pocket kings down there and the $30 re-entry. Not so shabby. Bill Reynolds making a 3-bet. Giving us 3-1 on this stupid hand. So we got B water, and I've got 24 bigs. B water's pretty wide open, you guys. Let's go make that 3x here. And Bill Reynolds making the shove. That's tough. It's tough because we're getting like 2 to 1 here. 4,000 and his 4,000 and his 1,350 and 2,000. So we're getting 2 to 1. We're not really supposed to make the fold here. So hopefully Bill Reynolds has something like pocket tens and not ace king or ace queen. Hopefully he has jacks or queens or kings and not ace king or ace queen. That'll do. Oh, come on, ace or jack, hit it. I need to master that little move. That was like magic. It was just like okay, I got to check to see when this late reg for the nightly 30. Need to make sure I don't get out of that one. You gonna let us have one, a poker joker? He does. He does. We got 3 more minutes until the break, you guys. Hey, listen. I really appreciate you being here. I want you to know that. And I would like to invite you, if you haven't yet followed the stream, to click on that little heart button right underneath the video. It's a little heart. It's right underneath the secondary tournament down there. I won't bug you too much, but it really does help out. It does help out. And if you decide that you want to go that extra step and actually support the stream and say, you know what, I'm enjoying this, I'm going to buy this guy a beer, you can click on that sub button. I'm going to try to make it worth your while, too. I've got a couple of fist bump patches I send out to all the subs. I've got a little digital version of my book, Poker Tilt. If you like the analog version, you can go to Amazon.com and pick it up for, I think it's going for like $20, $19. Took a long time to write, and I'll tell you, it's a work of love, because books don't get you rich unless you write a lot of them and your name is Stephen King. The Real Josh 5. Dutch, how often do you play live poker in Vegas? Not as much as I used to since I found Twitch, The Real Josh, but pretty much every major tournament series that comes through. And then every once in a while, these days, I'll get the itch and I'll go down and play some tournament like the Aria or Orleans or the Wynn. The best Vegas tournament values on weekends at the Wynn Saturday. They're $200 rebuy. They don't actually rake the rebuys, so it ends up being about a $600 tournament with like a $15 or $16 juice, which is a really good cut. Yeah, pretty much every major tournament series that comes through, I play. The next one that I've got my eye on is the Bally's World Series of Poker Circuit event. I think the Venetian Deep Stack main event is just around the corner. There's also, I think, a Wynn Classic coming up here pretty soon too. Yeah, so that's what's coming up here in Vegas, and then the World Series is the whole summer, six weeks of just nonstop poker. Going for that bracelet hunt starting at the end of May. Yeah, the end of May. We're going to be going for number 4, you guys. I've got 3 World Series of Poker bracelets. Hey, you want to have a 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner as a little bit of a poker mentor and poker coach? Click on that sub button, and I'm here for you. I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Okay, guys, we're back. We're back. We've got a nice little stack in front of us, 33,000. That's about 42 bigs. Lots of wiggle room. Got some players at the table that we recognize. A couple of real champs. B Water, a Poker Joker 2. Bill Reynolds seems like he's playing pretty good. We got a Mean Shit. He's a tough one. Laggity Taggity. I mean, these are some real regs right here.
Hey, Dutch, that was exactly it.
That was what's going on. Now it
Do you
works.
see it now in the browser real quick?
I'll be right back, guys. X more calls.
I did this. This is what I do with my life. So you preview in browser. Oh, South Africa.
Nice.
Yeah, it's stupid. But now I know how to do it though.
You're an animator.
Not really. I mean, that's not really animating, is it? It's just moving shit around.
Michelle the animator.
Or you should show everybody. Do you want me to?
XMWA the animator.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
we should put it up. We should put it up on a site. Link to it. It looks great, baby.
It's funny. Yay! Done. Save. Okay, so it works.
Kukampu says, "Holy brow, I'm so tilted right now. League of Legends, please." Sorry for your tilt, Kukampow. Here we are, guys. 33,000 in front of us. 10 out of 40. 73 runners to start this weekend warm-up. First place. This is the big tournament of the weekend, guys. $3,103 for first. Well, I guess there's two bigger tournaments tomorrow. The Reloader is probably bigger too. So there's three bigger tournaments tomorrow than this one. This is going to be the fourth biggest of the week on wsop.com. Separate2 just followed the stream. Thank you very much for the follow.
So stupid. I'm an artist now. Alright, let's do a new one.
Okay.
That's cool. We gotta do another tutorial now.
That's a pretty good flop down there. Do you see that? Ace-5 on an Ace-5-3 board. If ever there was a time to slow play, this would be it. So caster firing out. And we're going to call here. Calling makes it look like we've got the flush draw, and I think he'll try to bet us off of it on the turn. Now, down there, you guys can't really see it, so I'm not going to say too much about it. But, yeah, we just doubled through caster with a top two pair. Kim Unger, good to see you in the stream. Kim, it's great to see you. Asking, what are my thoughts on the GPL? The Global Poker League is what she's talking about, you guys. If you haven't heard, Alex Dreyfus, who was a former CEO of Winamax and Chili Poker, he's the one who took over the GPI, the Global Poker Index, which is the ranking system, and he kind of wrapped that into Hind and Mob. So GPI was developed by Epic Poker League when they were still around. So this idea of like a professional league isn't new. But he's doing it in kind of a different way where it's like team versus team, which is kind of cool. The first, what is it, 12 teams, I think. The first 12 teams have been announced, and each team has a pretty well-known pro as the manager. Las Vegas is run by Chris Moneymaker, the Las Vegas Moneymakers. You got Maria Ho running the team out of L.A., the Sunsets, L.A. Sunsets. You've got San Francisco Rush out of San Francisco. It's a little redundant, isn't it? San Francisco Rush, led by Faraz Jaka. You got Bryn Kinney leading the New York Rounders. You got Max Pescatore, 4-time World Series of Poker Bracelet winner Max Pescatore, leading the Rome something or others. Moscow Wolverines. There's Fabrice Soulier doing the French team. You got what's her name? Lynn. What is her name? I can't remember. I'm drawing a blank, but there's a solid player doing the Hong Kong team. Liv Boiré is doing the London team, the London Royals, I think is what they're calling themselves. So usually I feel like that was a little bit much. I'm supposed to be making it about the same amount as I did pre-flop, 2,100, but I kind of got on a tangent and messed that up. So what do I think about it, Kim? I guess my thoughts on it, I really hope it succeeds. I hope that they crush it. I hope 5 years from now we're all looking back at this weird time that before poker became mainstream. I hope that I hope that it just blows up, and the Las Vegas Moneymakers is as big as the as big of a team as the LA Rams. That hurts to say. But, it's not the first time we've seen this, this script kind of play out. I don't really think that people are going to be, lining up to pay big money for, like, pay-per-view of poker tournaments. The whole cube idea is kind of weird to me. I think, I hope it works. I really hope it works. But we've seen the PPT, we've seen the Epic Poker League, we've seen Team Poker before. All of these similar projects have all failed because they rely on this idea that there's going to be this advertising money coming in. Actually, this one isn't relying on advertising money. They're relying on like a DFS type thing going with the teams, and they're relying on. They're relying on actual pay-per-view money. They're actually relying on the people who are going to be watching Maria Ho facing Moneymaker in the cube, paying X amount of dollars to watch it. I don't know, Kim. I think I think that my life will be better if it succeeds. So I'll be keeping a close eye on it. I'm going to be there in LA when they do their draft day. I don't know that I would play it unless the player's salary was actually something. I would go cheap. But I don't think that it's really going to. I don't think that it's really going to pay the players much for season one. And by like much, I mean like nothing. I would be surprised if the players involved in the GPL get more than $10,000 each for their involvement. When you look at the World Poker Cup. Those players didn't get anything. All the players who put in their time and put in their efforts to play that World Poker Cup, which was also an Alex Dreyfus kind of initiative, didn't get anything. The only person who got anything was the one who was the MVP on the winning team who got a watch. And it felt a little bit exploitive when I was watching that, to tell you the truth. Because I'm sure that the commentators got paid, I'm sure that the camera guys got paid, but the poker players didn't. And I feel like something similar could easily happen with this GPL. I hope it doesn't. I hope I'm wrong. I don't know who owns these teams. I would like to see a little bit more transparency. I would like to know who owns the Vegas Moneymakers, because I don't think Chris actually owns the Moneymakers. I don't think that Maria Ho actually owns the Sunsets. I don't know how they're going to say that. Is this an any two card situation, you guys? Voff, making the raise. Can I fold here? I am going to fold here. Queen 4 off. But maybe it isn't any two cards. I mean, 8-3 looks pretty good there, right? The chances of Queen 4 actually hitting two pairs is the same as Ace King. I hope it succeeds, Kim, and I'll be keeping a close eye on it. I will be there at the SLS in LA in February, watching the draft go live, and I will be throwing, as much support as I can behind it. I retweet, Alex, when he makes announcements and things. I'm really hoping that it survives and thrives. Really hoping. Nilesy in the stream. Good to see you, man. Good to see you, Nilesy. Nilesy. My favorite Scotsman.
Did you tell everybody what I got you? What I got myself?
No. What'd you get? No, I didn't tell anybody. I kept that our little secret. Now we have to show. Let's make the call here. I'm in your pocket. Just tuning in. People, show this man some love. He is a famous Dutch boy. If you haven't already, press the follow button. If you want to help support the stream, press the sub button and get access to his book, Poker Tilt, which is amazing. I'm in your pocket. Thank you very much for the... thank you very much, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for the donation and the shout out. Did you want me to do it?
Shoot it to the camera.
Shoot it to the camera? Got it in my coffee. It's a bubble gun. This is a bubble gun. It was on sale. I'm in your pocket.
I love it.
It was on sale, buddy. We didn't waste $5 on that gun. We actually wasted $2 on that gun.
Best $2 ever spent.
Yeah. So I don't know what Loner's doing here making a min raise. We've got top pair, though. I felt like we were probably ahead. I'm going to see it for another turn. So now Loner checks back on the 9 of clubs, which makes me feel like, yeah, we probably could take it, right? I don't know. I don't know, Loner. You got this one. I'm not gonna overthink that one. You win. You win, Loner. Move on. Nothing to see here. That was quite the cackle there.
Yeah, I love bubble. Okay, come on, Jim, let's go pee. Jim hates the gun. I really thought she was loving it. Come on, Jim.
Okay. Let's be a little aggressive against Loner. I'm tired of these open limps. A little deuce 3-4 action. Actually, that's a pretty good flop for king 3. It's a pretty good flop for king 3. And what are we putting Loner on? I'm putting Loner on an ace. Maybe not. Maybe Loner had something like a queen 10. Decided to see it for a turn. Look at those open limps, man. Loner 11. Open limping. Open limping. So, Nilesy. The draft hasn't happened yet. The draft happens in February. I could get drafted. Probably won't. How it works is each team gets 5 drafts. And 2 of them are wild card drafts and 3 of them are GPI drafts. So the 3, in order to be eligible to be one of these 3, you have to be in the top 1,000 of the GPI standings, which isn't really that hard to do if you're active on the trail, which I'm not. I stay in Vegas. I don't really travel. And the GPI is kind of fundamentally flawed. If you look at the amount of points I got for the 2014 World Series of Poker bracelet, this one right up here, I got as many points for this win as I did for my min cash in the World Series of Poker circuit. Why? Well, because this was a $1,000 buy-in tournament, and the min cash was a $1,650. So it's very heavily skewed towards buy-in amount and being regular. It doesn't matter, slugging percentage, whatever. GPI is fundamentally flawed in that way. So right now, I think my ranking in GPI is somewhere like 1,100. So I'm not eligible to be one of those 3 drafts. I am eligible to be a wild card draft, but if you're going to be on the GPL, it's going to take a lot of time. You're expected to play like 14 events, and I'm telling you, Niles, I don't think these guys are going to get paid. I don't think that the poker players are getting paid anything. I think it's going to be one of those things where it's like, oh, well, you're going to get paid in exposure. You trust me, you're going to want to be part of this, and it'll grow into something big. And they're going to be paid with with dreams of greatness. They're going to be paid the same way that the World Poker Cup guys got paid. And they didn't. I just know that I just see it. I see that that's how it's going to turn out. And then all the teams are going to have, are going to be heavily branded with PokerStars players. So that's how I see it. That's how I think that it is going to happen. I think that it's not going to. It's not going to be. I don't know. 12 teams, 5 players a team. That's 60 players. There's a lot of deserving players out there who should get one of those spots, and I'm not saying that I should. But at the same time, there's only about 35 guys who have 3 bracelets. Okay, loner, open limping in the small blind. And I'm actually going to go ahead and just check back and see a flop. I don't know why. Almost all the time I'm firing at a raise here pre. This is a delayed steal, I suppose. We don't really have to hit the flop to go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet and take it there. It does help that we hit second pair. And I'm in your pocket. I definitely appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. And you don't have to remind me who you are. I know who you are, man. I know who you are. It's good to see you in the stream, man. And thank you very much for the thank you very much for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate that. Make the fold there. ZASDF, unreal. It says Democrats want to take your bubble gun away from you. Well, maybe someone like me shouldn't have a bubble gun. I don't think I would pass the background check for a bubble gun. Pat's Poker saying he just got back from the Pats game. Very cool. Very cool. Let me see what the NFL playoff picture is looking like. Wow. Laggity taggity. That is a crazy raise, really, there, buddy. I don't know what to make of that one. Laggity taggity making a min raise here with 10 bigs. I don't know. I feel like with 10 bigs, it should be a shove. And now we have Bill Reynolds shoving with 0 fold equity. 7s against kings. Okay, so laggity taggity. It felt fishy. Bill Reynolds saving me a good deal of heartbreak here because there's no way I'm going anywhere on that flop. Let me see when those Seahawks play, guys. This is tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Oh, God, that's early. Yeah, ZASDF Unreal saying they don't want a random dentist winning a couple of 1K tourneys and walking away with Player of the Year. So instead, what they do is they have it set up so that a random hedge fund manager can min cash in a couple of like 25Ks and be in the top 5 in the world. That's basically what's going on. You know, it's the GPI is so screwed up as far as how they award points that it's just so like it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like you can come up with. I don't really have much more. I don't need to say much more about it. So mean shit, making the shove. I'm going to be making the call if Lona gets out of the way. Sigh. Nice hand there. I mean shit. I think he does the same thing with eights. I'm pretty sure he does the same thing with the overcards. So could have easily gone the other way. Instead, it goes his way, and we're looking at 20,000 now instead of 55. Pretty big swing. Pretty big swing. Yeah, and I mean, if we know he has tens, it's an easy fold, but we're looking at getting 2-1 to make the call with pocket nines in a situation where I mean shit figures that our pre-flop open is pretty damn wide. Nowsy, it sounds I'm with you, buddy. Let's do it. Nowsy, Jerry Maguire in my ass. So now we're 16 big blinds deep after that hit against a mean shit.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Let's go ahead and make the call here with Laggity Taggity. We got the nuts subbing 6 months in a row. It's awesome to have you here, man. You know what? I don't think this is a call. I think it's a shove. Laggity Taggity on the button should be pretty wide. And Ace 10 should be ahead of the range. And we're looking at 25, 6,000 in the middle where we can just pick up a third of our stack without having to fade a flop. So let's just get it in there and get the fold. Yeah, so we get through. Got the nuts, subbing 6 months in a row, man. Thank you so much for being here and supporting the stream. Thank you very much for being a positive part of the crew and sticking with it. Okay, Nutch making a raise. Eumius making the call. I will go ahead and make the call down here too. You guys can't see it because it's very, very small, but we've got pocket sixes. Now we're looking at 6-3 offsuit and Voff in the big blind with 20,000. Freezer in the small blind. Zizzy in the button. It's close. I'm going to go ahead and make the fold there. How ugly is this hand? So then B. Shriever makes a little squeeze play for a third of his stack in the small blind. And now I'm getting 3.5 to 1 to make the call. And another 3.5 to 1. And we're basically set money. Wow, that's ugly. Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to get out of the way. Shriever, Yumi, as you guys play this out. So Yumi is with the 7-6 and B. Shriever with the Ace-King. Holds up. I don't really know, Shriever. I kind of feel like maybe just making the shove would have been better. And Yumi is getting out-flopping him. And having the courage to call a 10,000 bet, putting him on exactly what he had. I mean, Yumi has put him on exactly what he had. He made the call with 7-6, knowing that B. Shriever had Ace-King and he could play perfectly post-flop. The flop comes Queen 10-7, and Eumius makes the call, a 10,000 call, half of his stack with bottom pair on a Queen 10-7 board because he's that confident B. Shriever has Ace-King. And B. Shriever turns over Ace-King. Well played, Eumius. You know, he sucked out on you on the turn, but you know, that's results oriented. From where I'm standing, you outplayed the hell out of one of the top players on the site. So well done. Oh my gosh, something just happened. Something just happened. We got a donation from Lewis Watchtime, $50, man. Lewis Watchtime donating $50 saying thanks for all the invaluable insight. Let me go ahead and read the rest of that message. I got to get it over on Twitch alerts here. And B Water making a min raise here. I've got a little under 15 bigs. Let's do this. I think we can get through. Can we get through B Water? Or are we just making the call? I feel like we're supposed to be able to get through you, B Water, but maybe we can't. Okay, let's just see a flop. 5-8 queen. We've got the 9-7. Not a bad flop for us. We've got the We've got the backdoor flush draw. We've got the gut shot straight draw. If he doesn't have a queen, he's not going to fade a check raise. So here's the plan. We're going to check raise him. And if he calls us, let's just hope he's calling with like an ace-8, and we have 7 outs plus the backdoor flush draw. That's not going to do it. So he called us with 10s. He called us with 10s, and we need to get a little lucky there. The 10 actually helped our hand. It gave us a few more outs. But we're going to get knocked out of that one. We've got this 3K guaranteed still going, and there's another 3K going that I need a late reg for right now. So that weekend warm-up, not going anywhere. Just crashed and burned it. Bleh. Where'd we go wrong? The pocket 9s versus the pocket 10s for one. And then the 9-7 versus the pocket 10s. I guess pocket 10s is the hand to beat. Go ahead and get this. Let me get both of them up. Well, I'll put this one in the bottom left, I guess. Same as we were doing. And the re-entry right here. So 1 for 2 now. And these are our last 2 tournaments of the day. 31,000 in this one. 5 out of 30. I like it. Top 8 is paid. $1,134 for first. Let me see here. Not that one. Not that one. There. We got to get that off. So much going on right now. Okay, yeah, let me get to, let me check out this message that, so Lewis watch time. Let me see this message again because it went too quick. He says, "Thanks for the invaluable insight. It's improved my game a million. Hope you come down to Aussie Millions one day so I can buy you both a beer, Lewis." Lewis watch time, man. You know, I'll tell you what, Aussie Millions is definitely on the to-do list. It's on the bucket list. If we were going to go to a tournament this month, it would have been Aussie Millions. It looks like a great tournament series. I've never been down there. I want to take Michelle out there, and then probably also make a trip out to New Zealand if we make it down there as well. See the Shire. That's the plan. Making the call here against Nutch. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it, Lewis watch time, and thank you very much for that $50 donation. That's huge. That is huge. It definitely takes away the sting of getting it all in there with a gut shot, straight draw, and a backdoor flush draw. So Nutch, man, he takes a lot of crazy lines. He's a pretty creative player. Here he is firing out 13-25. I could go ahead and make a check raise here. I could also just check call and let him keep on firing. I'm never folding. I'm going to go ahead and make the check raising half the pot and see if he decides to take a float line. Instead, he just gets out of the way, and I'm fine with that because most likely he had 6 outs. He probably didn't think he had 6 outs, so he probably thought he only had 3 outs. Either way, there's enough in there. I'm just going to take the equity. You know what? I love Poon. I'm going to see a flop with you. He opens wide. He's firing out a min bet here with less than 20 bigs. I think that we're going to stack him if we hit our flop. That's good enough. Yes, let's go ahead and check. Let him go ahead and fire out, and we'll fire out a check raise. All in. Put him to the test. We've got the open-ended straight draw. What if we do if he shoves? What if he just shoves 7,800 into 2,850? Well, luckily we don't have to worry about it. So making the raise here. If he calls, then yeah, we've got some catching up to do. Nice hand, I love Poon. So we took a shot. We missed. We had a, what? Somewhere around a 30% shot of eliminating I Love Poon. Not where I thought I was. I really kind of felt like we were probably looking more at like 14 outs. Probably the favorite. Not so. And here I Love Poon with the pocket tens. It's like that hand didn't even happen for him. Happened for us. Happened for X Trouble. Didn't happen for I Love Poon. So Caster getting the double up against Turn the Nuts with quads, man. I feel like quads happens more often on this site. Okay, not really. I take it back. Forget I ever said that. We do see a lot of quads. We see a lot of quads on this stream. We also see a lot of hands, though, so... Poker's a frustrating game, guys. Here we are, though. 8 out of 27 in this 3K re-entry. Still waiting for our first final table of the day. We did cash in the event number 7 for like 200. The weekend warm-up, though, was a bust. So, all together, actually down 250 right now. Or, not 250, down 50 right now. With the Winter Festival at 100, and then the weekend warm-up at 150. So in for 250, and then with these, we're in for one add-on here on the re-entry. There are no rebuys on this one, just re-entries. And then on this one, we are in for one rebuy. The add-on hasn't hit yet. So this is going to be a $60 tournament for us. This is a $90 tournament for us. Maybe more if we get a little unlucky in the next 15 minutes.
What do you need, Jen? Here, look. There you go. Look, this is what you want. Good girl.
So Willie, asking about the, I think that you're asking about the 9-7 suited hand that we ended up going out of the weekend warm-up with. Why would we raise there? So the flop was a queen, what was it, queen 8-5. We had 9-7. The 8 was a diamond, so we had a backdoor flush draw. And we decided to go ahead and check, raise, shove into Betwater's C-bet. The idea here was that Betwater is opening pretty wide there on the button. When we make the call with 9-7 suited, we're not putting him on the upper end of his range. Pocket tens actually is much stronger than I would have than I thought he had. I'm thinking that he has, pretty much any raggedy ace he's going to be making that raise on the button. Pretty much any 2 court cards he's going to be making the raise on the button. And when it comes out Queen 8-5, it's a pretty polarizing flop where if he has a queen, or I guess also if he has jacks or tens or nines, then he continues. If he has the overpair, he continues. But he's always going to c-bet when we check to him. So when we check to him and he c-bets, that doesn't really tell us anything about where he's at. Okay, so X treble making the open limp down here. Umius making the shove for 16 big blinds. I'm going to go ahead and make the fold, I think, with a7 offsuit Umius. It's a pretty good shove. It's a pretty good spot. We might have had the best hand, but it doesn't matter. You get rewarded for making the ballsy shove there. The right shove. I like it, Umius. So the idea there, Willie, is when he c-bets, there's enough in the pot for us to really like just taking that pot down. It's a pretty significant chunk of our stack. We're looking for a good spot to make it, to make the kind of move where we don't have to actually fade a turn in a river. 9-7 had equity though. It's like if we do get called there, we still have somewhere around 20-something%. Against a queen. So he called us the pocket tens. We're representing the queen. We're representing a queen, or we're representing an 8, and he called us with a hand that could beat what we're representing. Sometimes he makes the fold with made hands that actually are ahead of us. And he's always going to make the fold if he completely whiffed it. He's not calling us there with ace jack. He's not calling us there with ace 10. He's not calling us there with king jack or king 10. But he is c-betting, and we are going to be able to pick up a big chunk of the a big chunk of a percentage of our stack. We're going to be able to pick up like a third of our stack without having to turn over our hand. That's the idea there. That's the idea. It didn't work. So turn the nuts, deciding to go ahead and put the rest of it in. Oh gosh, that's pretty bad. So we're looking for a queen here. It's not going to do it. Turn the nuts, deciding, yeah, ace high is good enough to put my whole stack in, 8 big blinds. I don't really blame you. You're never really dominating anything, I guess, except when you are. Except when I have some stupid 6 in my hand and you're dominating that 6. It's not really supposed to be in a dominating spot. When I get called, if I get called, I'm supposed to be looking at somewhere around 40%. But most of the time it just gets through. They're both pretty short. But it's pretty hard to look down at it's pretty hard to look down at king 3 and make the call. Even a6 is kind of a questionable call. It's one thing to shove with a6. It's another thing to call off with a6. It's questionable. It worked out for him. But it's like even when you're ahead, you're not really that far ahead. You're never that far ahead, except in that rare situation where I actually have a 6 in my hand and not an ace. I think that happens probably less often than the reverse of me having an ace in my hand and you being dominated. So I think I don't love the call, but I don't hate it either, because it's like, well, what is he supposed to do with 8 bigs? What I would do is fold and wait for a spot to make the shove against like Ferris B or X treble or Umius, where maybe I can see it without actually having to win a showdown. When you make the call there, you're basically forcing yourself to have to win a showdown to keep on going. So I don't love it, but I don't hate it. I'll tell you one thing I do love, though. MJH8080, subscribing to the stream. Thank you very much for supporting the channel, man. Welcome to the crew. And I'll tell you what, I hope that you enjoy the emoticons. I hope that we've got some other sub perks, like the video on demands, all the past broadcasts, some sub chat only final tables. But we also have a couple of other things. If you after the stream is shut down and I'm done today, I'll send over a little welcome email, which includes a link to a Google Forms where you can pop in a mailing address and get a couple of fist bump patches that I got printed off. Wearing one right there. 2 of them coming to you. I'll ship them anywhere in the world. I shipped them out to Belgium, New Zealand. We shipped 2 of these things out to Cambodia. Let's make the raise here against Eumius. It's a pretty good hand there, Eumius. Ace Jack suited. It's pretty damn good. And then also, besides those fist bump patches, MJH, I'm also going to send over a download link to my book, Poker Tilt. Poker Tilt. So Eumius, you know I'm c-betting anything. I actually have an ace here. I'm so tempted just to check back. I really am. When you make the call and it comes out ace 8-5, I'm so tempted just to check back and hope that you have something like a king 10 and hope that it comes a king or a 10. But it just seems so transparent. If we're going to, if we're going to start doing that against players who know our game pretty well, it just doesn't balance our range that very much. It's either going to be like, oh well, he has kings or queens or jacks, or he has has an ace. Either way, maybe it's not a good spot to bluff with. What do we do here? How did I just fold that jack 9? I looked away for 1 second and it came back and it's just gone. It's okay. It's not that good of a hand anyway. Okay, a little jack 10 off. Nitch making the fold. X trouble. Eumius making the fold. It's going to be a raise from us. What do we do if Eumius raises? If he shoves, it's going to be a fold from us. 16 bigs. And turn the nuts with 23 big blinds. It's too much to just shove into him. So let's just make a normal raise. Establish ourselves as a pre-flop aggressor. And then just now what? Now what? Now we're looking at jack high. It is his spew. And it is a spew. It's too much. 24 big blinds is too much to make the shove. Okay. I don't know. He's probably sitting there with like pocket threes. And we're looking at like 1.3 to 1 to make the call with a coin flip. I don't know. Really don't. He could also have like any two cards. He could be like, screw it. We're gonna go ahead and put a little bull on him, and we're not gonna lay down too many more times when he makes that kind of move. Otherwise, we start really messing up our metagame. So. Folding Ferris B. Ballistico League. You know what? We've got a delay on the stream of 4 minutes. I don't know what I was thinking. I still don't know what I'm thinking. So I'm just gonna move on to the next hand and not really spend too much time thinking about it. We got niche. What I was thinking was that he wasn't going to call with nothing. Okay, so if you think that he is going to look down at ace jack and say, oh, well, I'm going to make the call here. By the way, I'm going to make the call here. Pocket 10s versus pocket 7s looks pretty good. Hold. Hold. Okay, 22,000. We're up to 30,000. Ferris B making the shove with pocket 7s. Don't blame him. Looks good. Looks good. Black Bolt. Why not fist bump poker chips? Hell, why not fist bump hubcaps, man? That's what we should do. We should do fist bump hubcaps. Look at the Kickstarter right now. Felicico says, I think he didn't put you on a queen because of the huge check raise shove. I mean, he definitely didn't put us on a queen because he called with pocket 10s, right? So what did he put us on? A pair of 8s? Is he going to call that with the ace jacks and the ace 10s and the You know, is he going to call that with like the king jacks and the king tens and the pocket threes? I would submit to you that he would not. Okay, so I think that he c bets with those kind of hands, but doesn't call or check raise. That's all I'm thinking. I'm not taking it to, you know, the fourth or fifth or sixth level. I'm taking it to level 2. What does he think? You know, what is he going to call with? That's really all it is. What does he put me on? What do I put him on? You know, I'm not taking it that deep. 600, 840. And I'm putting him on the kind of hands like ace jacks and king jacks, and I'm thinking that he's putting me on the type of hands like a weak queen, a weak ace, a weak 8, those kind of hands. And does he hero call with ace jack? I would say no. Does he hero call with a super small pocket pair? I would say no. Does he hero call with ace 8? Yes. Does he hero call with ace 5? Yeah, I think he probably would. Does he fold a lot of hands that are better than ours? Yes, he does. So that's all. Turn the nuts. Now shoving for, what is that, 22 big blinds under the gun. This is why he's got the bull. This kind of sputard shove right here. It's just way too much to shove. It's one thing to make that kind of shove, you know, in the big blind versus a small blind raise. It's an entirely different shove when you're doing it under the gun into a full table. Plenty of tough, you know, big stacks behind him. It's not very good. Not very good, you guys. So X treble making a min raise. I'm gonna just make the fold here with Jack 8 off. Actually, I think it's going to be a fold here with the pocket fours. We're one hand away from the break. JFK 87. I'm calling an E. So if you're going to play the hand, you're probably better off just calling and shoving on the flop, doing a stop and go, rather than getting it all in pre. I mean, unless you have such a dominating hand like aces or kings or you know, queens, something along those lines where you feel like it's okay to slow play it. So we got X treble now limping, and Yumi is making the shove. I like it, Yumi. It's 9 bigs. I don't think that you have a lot of fold equity. You're not going to find a lot of spots, and this is a good one because sometimes X treble does make the fold against you. Here he doesn't. I like it, Yumius. I hate his open limp. I like your shove. Ace queen though. I mean, he's going to call with ace queen. So that's going to do it for Yumius, and I think we're on break. 8:55. I think that was the last one before our break. We're getting in this bottom left tournament, our little backup tournament. We've got our add-on going, so we're in for a 1 read by 1 add-on there. And then here, 7 out of 19. It pays 8. I think. Let's get that payout figure up here on the bottom left. And guys, I want to ask you again, how's it going? How's it going? Guys, if you haven't clicked on that follow button, click on the follow button. It's right there. Help a player out. Help a player out. You guys are awesome. We'll be right back in 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to get a little bit of coffee. I'm going to play a little commercial. Try to pay the bills with the push of these buttons. You guys are awesome. Hopefully the Seahawks do really well tomorrow. I would like to see the Seattle Seahawks make it to the Super Bowl again. I just keep on thinking about that last play, that last interception last year. I don't really care that much about sports, but I understand, you know, if you are screaming at your television every Sunday, I understand because I was screaming at my television when they threw that pass play. Just give it to Marshawn Lynch. God damn it. Okay, guys, we'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. We're back. Right now we're making a move against Dickman's big blind with a random ace. Niche on the button. He takes some creative lines. Does he put up a fight? No. X trouble. Getting out of the way. Everyone getting out of the way. Everybody says no thank you. And that's great. We'll take it. Okay, King Jack, X Trouble making a min raise, and I'll make a I'm gonna 3-bet it. so playing chicken, and X Trouble is the first one to blink there. I don't blame you. It's for your whole stack. Niche making the raise, looking down at 7-3. I'll get out of the way. C-Mac 85. Gosh, what a kick in the balls that would be to win the Powerball when it's only 40 million. What a kick in the balls. You'd be like, God damn it, isn't this just every single time? Vishai, I would definitely take 40 million happily, as long as I wasn't splitting it with anybody. Then, but if I was splitting, like if another person like got the same numbers as me, I would just be so pissed off. Like, glowing in the wind. Good to see you in the stream, man. We got 2-pack poker in the stream. We got C-Mac 85 chilling out with us, and you guys are awesome. Willie, possibly new to the channel. Welcome, buddy. If you aren't following the stream yet, please click on that follow button. It's that little heart button right underneath somewhere down there, and you can get notified when we go live, or you can just follow without the notification. Either way, it helps us out. You know, when they're like ranking poker streamers and whatnot, follow the follow number is really pretty important. It's pretty important. If you want to go that extra step, you can always also click on that sub button, and we have some cool emoticons that you can use in any Twitch channel. Gosh, give me the loot. What are you doing here, man? Why open limp? Really, like, it just makes me want to steal, and I don't know why I didn't. Little Queen 4 offsuit action down there. What are we doing? Well, King 5-3 feels like it's pretty polarizing. If they don't have a king, they're probably not calling. They can put us on a flush draw. They can put us on a weak 5 or a 3 or a weakish king, some sort of pocket pair, some sort of combo draw. If they don't have a king, they're probably not calling. That's all it is. Level 1, man. Level 1. Little ace-king offsuit action in the big blind with 35,000. That looks great. 40 big blinds in front of us. We got Jay Weiner, we got Radish Abe, we got Nutch. Is there any chance that we get a walk here? No. Zero. Too many good players around the table ready to start messing with us. Okay, so I'll tell you what, Jay Weiner. We do this a lot. Make this kind of pot size raise. So much so that I kind of feel like Jay Weiner could just be setting us up. I mean, maybe he knows that we do this with so many hands. Maybe he knows. I hope he knows. I hope that he's setting us up with this, with an ace queen or an ace jack, because we've got a huge hand here. We've got, primo hands, ace king offsuit. Now we've got the ace 6 suited and turn the nuts with 15 bigs. Oh wow, JFK 87 deciding this is the hand. 6 big blinds. I'm gonna shove it. What do I do with ace 6 suited? What do I do with ace 6 suited with a 6 big blind shove under the gun? That's what we do with it. We're like a 3.5 to 1 favorite. And then on the flop, we're back to even. In the turn, we're chopping. Nice hand there, JFK 87. Chopping with an ace 8 and an ace 9 as well. Chopping with an ace 3 and an ace 4 as well with that board. Brian T. Capano, where have you been, my friend? It's good to see you. And Mason Jersey chilling out. It's great to see you too, Mason. Hey, what's going on with those Mizzou Tigers, man? What's going on with the basketball team? NCAA violations. They're gonna just quit the season. They're gonna be like, oh, you know what? We're done. We forfeit all of our wins. What is? I mean, someone's getting fired, right? What is going on? What's fill us in? Fill us in, Mason. I was pretty sorry to see that. That's what's going on down there in Como, Columbia, Missouri. Not a happy time to be a Tiger right now. First, we find out that the whole system is racist. I didn't even know it, and then we find out that we're paying our athletes to play. What are we doing? We're giving them drugs, probably. We're giving them money. I don't know. All I heard was that there was a pretty strong rules violation out there in Columbia, Missouri's men's basketball team. So much so that they've suspended themselves. Is that what happened? I mean, they didn't even wait for the suspension to come out. They suspended themselves. They like voluntarily forfeited or whatever. Let me get to the bottom of it. Nothing much is going on. You know, we've got 2 tables left. Let me get to the bottom of this thing. Mizzou Tigers men's basketball. And we got the Jack 3 offsuit making the fold there. Let's just go straight to the Wikipedia page. Is there anything on the Wikipedia page? No. Nothing on the Wikipedia page. Maybe it's just too new. Too new for Wikipedia. Here it is. 2 days ago, the Columbia Missourian. That can't be biased, right? The Columbia Missourian? Columbia Missourian is the school newspaper. So, yeah, down here in the bottom left corner, you'll notice Sit Tight did a little open limp. Yumius limping, and John Blaze limping. Fired out a pot-size steal attempt, and everybody's in. So, now on that board, Queen 8-7, everybody's in except the pre-flop Razor. Spank you love. Saying I would donate $39 million to charity and drink myself to death with the leftover $1 million. You know what? You can drink yourself to death with a lot less than $1 million, man. A lot less than $1 million. I'm thinking $200. Go down to Lee's Discount Liquor. I think you could get the job done. Killer Clump. Good to see you in the stream, man. Richard Nelson 81. Yo Dutch. Yo Richard Nelson 81. How you doing? It's good to see you. Sit tight. HTO, man. Man, I hate these open limps, Sit tight. Why do you do this? Why every time? Like, why do you? There's enough value in taking the blinds and the antes without seeing a flop. So why do you just tempt me when you make those open limps and then H2O, man, open limping behind you, and it's so tempting to just fire out a pot-sized bet and punish the open limpers. You should fire out those bets, those pre-flop bets, and punish the open limpers. You should. Those are the spots you're looking for. If they had something, they'd be raising. You know, this is you know, like level 0 betting patterns right here. Oh, if I have something really good, I'll make a raise. Otherwise, I'm just going to open limp and see a flop. This is like, you know, treating poker like it's a video poker machine. And you know, your pre-flop hole cards is like before you hit the you know select which cards to keep and then hit the draw button, and then the flop is like when you hit the draw button. This is how you know, a significant percentage of poker players see Texas Hold'em. You know, they're just going to see a lot of flops, way more flops than they should. You know, and I'm all about having a wide open, you know, VPIP, but make sure that your aggression is up there too. You know, otherwise you're like loose passive. Loose passive, that's the worst way to play. Loose passive, no, there's no lap champions out there. Tight passive is almost as bad. Loose passive is worse. You know, at least with tight passive, you might get run over by the deck and end up making a final table or a min cash. Loose passive, though, seeing every hand and playing it passively, shoot, that's a recipe for disaster. That's a recipe for getting broke. Don't do it. Missouri men's basketball commits speak out about Tigers' NCAA violations. So they open up with, personalizing it. They talk about a specific player. Willie Jackson was a popular man Wednesday. Jackson, a senior at Garfield Heights High School, was working out in his high school's weight room when his coach handed him the phone. So they're bringing it down to first they personalize the story. I don't know how to feel, said Jackson. I thought I was going to have to reopen my recruitment. Yeah, Dickma, I've got the best hand here, so. Ace-6 versus Ace-Queen, about as good as it gets. Not the best flop for us because it opens up a lot of, it opens up a few chop outs. But it definitely could have been worse. He could have hit a 6 on the flop. 4 out of 15 getting to the wire, you guys. Getting to the wire. So Mason Jersey talking about what it is. What I'm reading here. The too long didn't read is it's stupid. It's all it is discounts on all hotels for players and going on boat rides from donors. I guarantee you that a college basketball player doesn't really want to get on a boat at the Lake of the Ozarks with a donor. He's doing it because he feels obligated to, because his coach tells him to, because that guy just donated $100,000 to get new equipment. So get on his boat and go fishing with this dude. Oh, man, I really don't want to, coach. Do I got it? Yes, you have to. You have to. You think I want to be telling you to do it? No. But I'm your coach and I'm paid to. So get on the boat. Get on the boat. I can think of, like you're a young basketball player at Columbia, Missouri, and that's how you're going to spend a weekend. That's not. I guarantee you, this is not a perk. A float trip on the Lake of the Ozarks, shit. And hotel discounts.
How far is Springfield from where you're at? Did your friend hear about the prostitution ring?
No. The Lake of the Ozarks prostitution ring, I forgot. There was a big prostitution sting going on at the Lake of the Ozarks. Or was it Springfield? Is Springfield technically in the Lake of the Ozarks? I feel like Springfield is far enough away that you can't really call Springfield Ozarks anymore. Okay, guys, we're looking good. 3 out of 14. There's 14 players left. We're getting close to that final table. And Chaos Theory. Oh my gosh, man! How did you get 130,000 chips? Are you kidding me? 130,000 chips? Are you kidding me? How did you get so deep, bro? Nice stack, man. Nice stack. Here I am with Stack Envy. I officially have chip stack envy. Chaos Theory. Nice stack. So I guess it's your tournament to blow. If you don't win this tournament, Chaos Theory, you did something wrong, right? No, you didn't, man. I mean, 129,000 is huge. Average, though, is 40,000, which means there's 560,000 chips in play. So you don't even have 50% of the stack. You've got, 20-something% of the chips in play? Huge, though. You're looking great, Chaos Theory. Nicely done, man. Way to show him what is. Way to show him what's what. Making the fold here with 4-6. I don't want to go against you, man. Chaos Theory, wow. I completely missed it too. I don't even know how you got so many chips. I think that they just moved you to our table with that many chips. Yeah, well, we didn't see the tail of the stack. CMAC85 live streaming actually is what got Antonio DQ'd from the PCA. Wide open VPIP. I like that. I like that too. That works too. Same joke. It's funny. Abram Tank. It's hard to throw away 2-2 to 4-4 or Jack Queen, but it's hard to raise with these hands either. So I think people prefer to open limp with these hands. I agree, Abram Tank, and I think people who prefer to open limp with those types of hands are wrong to do it. So turn the nuts making a min raise. J1 are making the call. Looking at ace 3 suited. I'm going to go ahead and make the call as well. Let's see a flop. Ace 5 Jack. Got to play it pretty. Got to play it pretty cautiously, you guys. This is not quite what we're looking for. Turn the nuts checks. How about you, J1? Also checks the ace on the turn. That helps. That helps. So, okay. Let's go ahead and fire out half pot size bet, claim the equity, and maybe we get, hero called with a jack. Feels like we could be bluffing here, J1er. And I would have easily folded this hand on the flop if the action came out right. But now that another ace came out on the turn and they both checked back on the flop, we're gold. We're gold there. So we're actually firing out a half pot size bet there, trying to represent a weakish jack that we're just trying to claim the pot with. And I think that we get called with like a king jack, queen jack. I think that sometimes Turn the Nuts or J1 decides to make a crazy bluff move at us. Because when two aces come out, now it's kind of hard to put us on one. Okay, fish sticks with the ace 7. I'm going to make the fold to you. Wow, look at this. We're in second place here with 52,000. Second place with 52,000. Then you look over and here's Chaos Theory with 131,000. How do you do it, man? Making the fold. Hey, yeah, hey, Seattle Pro, by the way, yeah, this main tournament is not in the money. Let me look at it. This is what we're looking at. 8 pay. This is the money bubble right there. 8th is the money bubble. First is 1100. And I guess all of us are just playing for second, 768, with Chaos Theory having 20-something% of the chips in play. Making the raise here with King 9 off, it looks pretty decent. Looks like a good spot, and it looks like a good hand. It's a good spot and a good hand. Fish sticks with 20-something bigs. Making the 3-bet shove feels a little bit too heavy. So, okay, making the call, that's okay. And a flop of Jack 10-9, a really, really quick bet, or a really, really quick check by fish sticks. We're going to go ahead and fire out the same amount with our bottom pair. Gut shot, straight draw. We'll get those weakish aces to fold. We'll just claim the equity. Nope. He calls. So what is that? Where does that put us? Puts us drawing pretty thin. If we fire out a half pot size bet and then fire out another, nah, it's gonna shut down. 5 on the river is not gonna help. So maybe he's got ace 8 or ace queen. Maybe. Probably not. Probably not. Probably something like a value betting a 10. I don't know. I don't know. Not knowing is the hardest part of poker, guys. Abram Tank asking an interesting question. Why not open limp aces under the gun on an aggressive betting table? Well, Abram Tank, because then when someone behind you raises and you shove, it's very transparent what you just did, for one. For another, they might not shove. They might call, and another guy might call, and then another guy might call, and then where are you? Now what do you do? Yeah, I feel like you're a lot better off making the raise with your aces and hoping that someone three bets you. You know, and then if you're gonna slow play the hand, go ahead and just call and check to him on the flop, or don't slow play the hand and shove and hope that you get into a cooler spot where the guy has jacks or queens or ace king. You know, there's going to be a lot of situations where someone is going to pay off your whole stack pre-flop but won't post-flop. And there's a lot of cooler flops where aces versus tens. The tens will get it in pre-flop, but they're not going to get it. They're not going to get it in against you when the flop comes out. Ace king, ace king jack. So why not slow play aces? Because when you slow play aces, you end up getting your aces cracked. You end up either, when someone is willing, you end up going five-way in a situation where you don't mind going five-way, but you want to inflate the pot. You don't want to give people, perfect odds to make the call. And if you don't even have to call anything, if you're in the big blind and you can just check, that's about as perfect odds as it gets. Giving someone infinite odds to crack your aces. No, thank you, man. No, thank you. Plus, usually there's going to be antes, and if you look at, if you play a billion hands of poker, and you look at all the times you had aces in an MTT, and you say, okay, well, what is aces worth in a multi-table tournament on average? On average, it's only going to be worth 3 or 4 big blinds. Maybe less, maybe 2 big blinds. So when you raise and everyone folds to you, that's actually not so bad. It's not so bad. It's okay. You're picking up the big blind, you're picking up the small blind, you're picking up the antes. That's going to be close to what the expected value of aces is. And then sometimes sometimes you get called in 2 spots and you get cracked, and sometimes you get called in 1 spot and you double up, and sometimes you get cracked or whatever. You average all of that out, and the expected value of aces just isn't going to be that much higher than 3-4 bigs. So inflate the pot and make sure that you're getting, if you open limp with it a billion times, then I guarantee you your expected value with those aces is going to be less. So turn the nuts, make it a 3x. You know what? Turn the nuts. I'm gonna fold, actually. It's gonna do it. 3x is my magic number, where ace-9 suited does not look like it's gonna be a very strong hand against you. Ballistico League asking, hey Dutch, how would you have played that ace-3 on the flop if it was an ace-king? I would have played it the exact same way. Except I would have been planning on not folding. With the ace-3, there's a decent chance that I'm not going anywhere. Like I'm not continuing post-flop if the action comes out with either one of the players taking too much of an aggressive stance. I probably am not, I'm not doubling one of them up with the ace rag on an ace high board. I would have let the pre-flop aggressor keep on aggressing, and let him think his ace jack was the nut hand. Wait a minute, ace jack would have been the nut hand because the jack was on that board, right? So we would have let him think that ace queen or ace 10 was the best hand. And I'm not going to just donk lead into a pre-flop aggressor in that spot. Yeah, glowing in the wind. If someone had bet that flop, I think that I'm probably folding it. I'm not loving it. You know, like you hit the. This is why a lot of times hands like 5-3 suited are easier to play in that situation than ace-3, because you hit the 5, you kind of know where you're at. You hit the 3, you kind of know where you're at. You hit the ace and you have no idea. You got a pre-flop opener under the gun, and you got an under the gun +1 caller. Ace-3 isn't really like a powerhouse hand there. It's not a good spot. So I could have easily just let that one go. But when they both check back, now I'm starting to think that it's the best hand. And then when a third ace comes on the turn, now I'm pretty confident that it's the best hand. Okay, firing out 3,300 here with the ace-queen suited. It's a huge hand here. It's big. It's big. I don't think that we're getting through fish sticks 25. I think he's the kind of person who's going to look us up with any two cards. And I'm fine with that, because ace-queen suited is it's a pretty big hand. So Jay Warner makes the call. The flop comes ace-10-4. That's perfect for us. Perfect. So we both have... he has about 30 big blinds. We have a little bit less, 25, 26 big blinds in front of us. And now he's firing out 4,800 into us. Gotta love that donk lead. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and raise his donk lead. Ace-queen should be ahead here. I'm a little bit worried about those combo draws. I'm also a little bit worried about the set of 4s. A little bit worried about the set of 10s. Less worried about the set of 10s than the set of 4s, though. And now he shoves. Which is exactly why he donk led into us. He donk led into us with a set of 4s because he figured that we would raise with an ace and he'd be able to shove and we would pay him off here. But we're not going to pay you off here, buddy. Jay Weiner, we're not paying you off. You screwed this hand up if you had the set of 4s. If he has a combo draw, then he's getting us off the best of it. If he has an ace-jack or an ace-9, then we're making a real nitty fold. But he doesn't. I guarantee he's got a set of 4s here. I've never been more sure of it. The way that I've been watching Jay Weiner play these last few orbits, that's what he's got. That's what he's got. He's got a set of 4s. He's set mind. He got there, and we would have stacked off to him if he would have played it a little bit differently. If he donk leads, calls, and then checks the turn, we're probably checking back. And then if he fires out a big bet on the river, we're calling it. So maybe he doesn't get the whole stack, but there he was going for a home run swing, and I can dodge that. It sucks. It really sucks. But I'm telling you guys, ace-queen suited is not the best hand there. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. And I'm sure that there will be plenty of people who just watch that hand here in 4 minutes. I'll watch the chat or like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you would fold that. How can you fold ace-queen suited? If you're going to raise there just to fold to a shove, why even raise? Why not just call? I'm not going to spend 5 minutes explaining why the fold is correct. Let me just tell you, Jay Weiner, this player, it's a little bit player specific. He's not making that donk lead and then shoving 30 big blinds in the pot with ace king there. He's not doing that. He's not taking that line with ace jack. He's not taking that line with ace 10. Maybe ace 10. Probably not though. Probably not. He's taking that line with one hand. And that one hand beats my ace-queen. Chief is USA. I don't really know. I don't really have much to say about it. It feels like another lifetime. It really does. I mean, I don't really remember when I was 12. I don't. It's like I remember it the same way that I remember the movie like Vanilla Sky. You know, it's like another person was living that life. Because now I'm here. Now I'm paying attention to this tournament. I'm 11 out of 11 because we just lost ace queen suited to whatever Jay Weiner showed up to the party with, and I'm telling you, he had us beat. We made a very tough laydown there, which I don't think a lot of people make. I don't think he makes it. I think if Jay Weiner is in our situation and we're in his situation, he's going to stack off in that spot. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating. Maybe we're wrong. We're not wrong. Okay, ace-9 suited in a 6-handed table. I've got a lot of experience in 6-max, guys. 2 of the bracelets are in 6-max. I know what to do, and ace-9 suited is a good hand. Especially now. Nitch making the open limp. Worried about chaos theory, I guess. I will take it, Nitch. I'm not gonna fuck around here. I've got the best hand. I will take it. We've got we're on the final table bubble, and you're open limping on the button. Why are you open limping on the button? Because you're worried about chaos theory putting the pressure on you. I don't blame you. Chaos theory has 130,000 chips. He's also a really good player, so you're worried about him shoving on you. Okay, well if he gets out of his way, I'll shove on you. Now what? Making the fold. I do like Kevin Martin's stream, you guys. Everybody's at their own place in their poker journey. And Kevin Martin he's put in a lot of hands in the last year. I agree with what you guys are saying as far as he doesn't have the kind of experience at the tables that guys like Nanonoko, Elke, me, and Carver have. But he's coming along and he's making a run at it, and he's entertaining to watch. I like his stream. I think I even still subscribe to his stream. Let me see here. Kevin Martin. Do I have my Kevin Martin emoticons? There they are. There they are. Those are the Kevin Martin Let's Goes. I do support Kevin Martin's stream as a subscriber. I think you should too. Maybe you should too. It's hard to stream poker. It's hard to focus on on the tables and the action and not have big meltdowns and the whole time trying to juggle a chat and keep up a conversation going with basically yourself. So it's hard what he does. I have a lot of respect for him, but yeah, and he hasn't put in the 100,000s and the millions of hands that some of these other streamers have, but he's doing fine. He's on his way, and I'm rooting for him. I like Kevin Martin. Yeah, glowing in the wind, man. Talking about that ace-queen suited hand, he said, had someone do that exact same thing to me earlier, and I folded, and sure enough, the guy showed the bluff. Oh, well, glowing in the wind, it's very player-specific. We wouldn't be making that fold against Nutch. We wouldn't be making that fold against Redishape or Chaos Theory, but against Jay Weiner, I'm making the fold. I mean, this guy keeps on open limping and very tight, not really tight, very passive play. So when he donk leads and then is willing to get 30 big blinds in, it's just, the ace-queen suited is just never going to be good there. It's very player-specific, though. So ace-10-7, and what is Jay Weiner open limping with? I don't know. Planarius asking, do I have a specific ideal format? My favorite format is mixed game formats. I love mixed games. I think it's great, and I think it's a truer test of poker skill than just playing a single format like No Limit Hold'em. The one thing I don't like about the mixed games is that in a lot of the games in the format, you are kind of tied to showdowns. You're not really tied to showdowns in No Limit Hold'em. You don't have to get hit with the deck to win a tournament, like a No Limit Hold'em tournament. You can You can make the right moves and navigate through the field. Okay, so 13, 14 big blinds. Yeah, with king 7 offsuit, I think it's going to be a shove. And most of the time we get through. Most of the time, Jay Weiner, I think you're going to make the fold. And when he doesn't, we've got an uphill battle. And king queen. 15.5 bigs. Pretty much the same spot. Let's make a minimum. Let's do this. 4,100. Red a shape. If you shove, I'm gonna call. But I could see getting away from this hand. You know, like, okay, so fish sticks 25 making the shove. Do we make the call here? You know, it's probably up against ace king, ace queen, so we're probably a little bit ahead of a coin flip. So I think that we make the call here, right? You know, there's 10, 11,000 in the middle, so we're getting 1.5 to 1, and we're a slight favorite. No, we're not. Okay, backup plan. So fish sticks, he made it so quick. He shoved so quick. Never in a million years would I have put him on queens. It was such a quick shove. And then we just flop the quads. Quads! We don't set mine here. We quad mine here. Wow. It's crazy. Crazy. What the hell? That was pretty brutal there, fish sticks 25. I don't really feel like we get it in that bad that often, but wow. We got it in really bad and got rewarded. I don't even know what to say, guys. I feel like I feel like retiring on a high note right now. We're done with poker. We are retired. That is the last hand you will ever see on the stream. You guys have a good one. We'll see you later. Okay, no, we're gonna keep on going. We're gonna keep on going because we are on the stone cold final table bubble, and fish sticks 25 after that little setback now has 2 big blinds in front of him. Poker's cruel, man. Poker is a cruel, cruel game. I feel bad for him. Fish sticks 25, you played good. You got it in so good. And so quick. So quick that you just completely leveled me into thinking that, oh, well, he's got ace king. Okay, Nutch. I'll do this again. Effectively shoving 16 big blinds in a spot where we hardly ever get called. And Indobird, talking about Omaha High Low, Deuce 7 triple draw. His stud 8 game is pretty bad too. You know what? Everyone's stud 8 game is bad. There's not a lot of opportunities to play stud 8. You know, when I was, I've been playing stud high low for a long time, a very long time, and there's a few things that I've discovered about the game. Yeah, so let's go make the raise here against Jay Weiner. But when do you have the opportunity to really play a lot of stud 8? You know, there's just not a lot of stud 8 tournaments out there. As far as live stud 8 tournaments goes, I mean, in Vegas, there's 2 horse tournaments. There's a horse tournament and a rose tournament every week at the Orleans, and that's pretty much it. There's like 2 small buy-in tournaments every week that have stud high low in the rotation. As far as actually trying to find a cash game that's a stud high low cash game in Vegas, you can't find it. You can find a couple of mixed games at Bellagio or Aria. Otherwise, stud 8 just doesn't spread anywhere. You know, maybe you can find a stud 8 game in Northern California still. Maybe Bay 101 or Garden City still has a stud 8 game. Otherwise, where is stud 8? You know, online, it just doesn't run. So wsop.com has stud 8, and every once in a while that 3-6 game has been running. By the way, Red Shape, I'm calling here with pocket tens. Let's get it in there. J1 are making the fold here, and fish sticks. What do you do? So ace 9, well behind the pocket tens. We hit the set because why not? And that's going to be a double elimination. We are at the final table, guys. Final table. It's been too long, and I think with that double elimination, we are actually also in the money. So second place in the money in the final table. Fish sticks. You played a great game, and I feel for you. I feel for you. I would never say I'm sorry after a beat like that, but I do feel for you because you didn't deserve to go out that way. But poker's not about deserving, you guys. You know what that means. Final table. We are gonna go sub chat only, guys. It's one of the many sub perks for subscribing to the stream and keeping the Twitch channel going. So as soon as it hits up, I'm going to go ahead and put it on subscriber chat. And if hopefully by the time this tournament's over, we're going to be at a final table in the other $30 rebuy where we're 25 out of 36 over there in the corner down there. So, yeah, J1 are making a min raise. I'll go ahead and see a flop with you, J1. Little ace 8 on a queen 8-7 board. That feels like a good flop for us. We're ahead of ace king. We're ahead of ace jack. We'll see what J1 does. Checks back? Probably. Nope. Fires out a full pot size bet. Going for that home run swing again, man. We got the last Zergling following the stream. Guys, if you're not following the stream, make sure to click on that little heart button underneath the video. You can get notified when we go live. You don't have to, though. It still helps us out. You know, we're trying to get that follow count up and up and up. I guess we'll try against Pocket Sylvia. We got a note on Pocket Sylvia. 2 words. Huge spewer. That's what it says. Huge spewer. What does that mean? Well, it means that probably should be a little tighter when we're raising Pocket Sylvia. But I mean, everyone folding to our small blind, and we've got, you know, a bigger stack, and we've got Jack High. So we gave it a shot. Now we actually have a little bit more of a legit hand here. Ace 10 offsuit, making the raise. What do you think, Pocket Sylvia? You going to go for a little 3-bet? No. J1, are you going to call any 2? Why not? Make the call. He does. The flop comes out. Jack 9-5. I don't love it. But I will be c-betting it. Wow, look at this guy. Look at this. Look at this guy. Shoves. Just pot. Donk lead. Pot. Pot. Gosh, J1er. So, hey, KWF Poker saying, Dutch, if you're going to call off with 3s, why not just shove pre-flop to take away someone with 3-bet showing? We're not always calling off KWF Poker. There's going to be some situations where we can get away from that hand pre-flop. It was tempting just to make the shove. I was thinking about it. I was definitely thinking about it. But then I was thinking, well, there's, you know, the stacks are such that there's some situations where we can make this fold pretty easily. You know, if we had made the raise and, you know, J1er had shoved, probably making the fold. If we had made the raise and J1er calls and then turn the nut shoves, then we could probably make the fold. Or if we make the raise and then J1er re-raises and turn the nuts calls, and we can fold. I mean, there's going to be lots of situations where we could find ourselves in a multi-way position that we can get away with, from the hand pre-flop. So that was why. And I also felt like we had enough chips in front of us, and the stacks that we were against had enough chips in front of us that that shoving felt like it was just too much. And we also probably wouldn't be shoving with our tip top range, right? We're not going to shove 16 big blinds there with aces or kings. We're going to be making the raise that we did. So we want to balance our ranges. We want to play with without a capped range. And if someone is sitting there with pocket fives or pocket sixes, a lot of the time they're going to think twice before shoving against us. A lot of times they're going to be looking down and thinking, okay, well, maybe I'll just see a flop. And then they see a flop and they miss their set and they check to us and we take it with a C bet. So I don't know. Maybe a shove would have been better. I don't think so, though. I feel like we were risking too much. I feel like a shove was risking too much. It's a good question, though. And KWF Poker saying the way he played his hand, he just moved all in. Surely you can't think him shoving fast is a reason to call with threes. That's exactly what I think. I think that there are definitely speed tells on in poker that like how quickly someone bets is a big indication of what they have. And generally, if someone has a super strong hand, they're not going to be betting super quick. Generally they show a little bit of hesitation before, and it's going to be different across the board, but when you have aces, you don't just like snap shove or snap bet. It felt like ace king to me. It felt like ace queen to me. That's what it looked like to me. So yeah, the way he played his hand, he just moved all in. Surely you can't think him shoving fast is a reason to call with threes. Surely I do think that. 2600 Martin making the follow. Thank you very much for the follow, man. I really do appreciate that. Pepsi Tastes Good says, holy crap, bully, a final table. LOL, I know it's been too long, man. It's been too long, but here we are. 8th place right now, guaranteed $164. That's good. We're actually in second place, so if we locked up second, we're looking at $768. If we win the thing, we're looking at over $1,000. It's been too long for a win. It would be our first win for 2016. Our first win of the year. I think it's actually the first final table of 2016, which is kind of embarrassing. It's been a little too long. I've been kind of treading water. So Chaos Theory getting in there with the ace queen, turn the nuts, holding on with the pocket nines. Nice hand there, sir. Ace-6 off. I'm going to make the fold here against Nutch and Leona. Leona, that's a new player that I didn't, I don't have a lot of experience with Leona except for the last few streams, but from what I've seen, Leona, man, one to watch. He's got the shark for now. We'll see if it we'll see if it suits him. United, we zag. It's good to see you. He says, take this down. When is the last time you ate pizza? Dutch pizza. It's been too long. I can smell it. So Chaos Theory making the min raise. Leona shoving for 50,000, about 20 bigs. It feels like it's a little too heavy. Wow, kings, pocket kings. We got pocket kings. Don't tell anybody. It's huge. It's a huge hand. The ever crackable hand. We get the walk, so we don't have to complain about a bad beat. Not quite what we were planning on there, you guys. Not quite. Kind of felt like Nitch was going to shove with 10 bigs with pretty light. Pocket Sylvia, man. doing this again. This time we actually have a decent hand. Queen 9 is much better than average. Let's go ahead and take a shot at Jay Weiner again. Another shot at Jay Weiner. Really? We're just going to keep on taking a shot at him? Yeah. Yeah, we will. Queen 3 off. He'll make the call, and see what happens. Does he donk lead again? Is this like the game plan? He's like, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to defend every big blind, and then I'm going to donk lead every flop. Top pair flush draw, okay. Yep, donk leads. Look at him. Look at him donk lead that. Okay, so I'm going to make the call here. We're going to see a turn. Pretty good turn, guys. I mean, like, I was planning on just dodging a heart. Instead, now he's firing out 20%, less than 20%. So, yeah, let's just take it. I'd love for him to have 5-6 here. That would just be beautiful. Taking a little chunk out of him, 20% of his stack coming to us, and for the first time we're above 100,000 in this tournament, you guys. Right on the heels of Chaos Theory, 3 to our right. Tim Clark, that is the $30 reloader. That's our backup tournament right there. Asking, what's the table on the bottom left? There we go. Break time, boys. Break time. So 4 minutes and 41 seconds until we come back and try to navigate through this field. 7 players between us and glory. 7 players between us and the $1,100 first place prize. 7 players between us and pizza. 7 players between us and pepperoni. Our first 2016 win. Our first win of 2016. Okay. I like the sound of that. What do you think, Chaos? What do you think, Chaos Theory? You like the sound of that? You think that has a nice ring to it? Yeah, chip leader, look at that. So Chaos Theory losing some chips to Jay Weiner. I didn't get to see what he had. I did see the action. Jay Weiner with didn't donk lead, went for a min check raise. Then on the turn, shoved 42,000 into 40,000. And Chaos Theory deciding to make the fold with what? Maybe some sort of straight draw, like a queen jack, queen 10, jack 10 type hand. Maybe he folded a king. Maybe he folded a pocket pair, and maybe he folded a flush draw. Anyway, Chaos, I'm sure that it was the right fold. Jay Weiner is He's kind of all over the place, isn't he? Just kind of all over the place. Looks like he's enjoying his time. Anything can happen. We'll be right back in 3 minutes and 18 seconds, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're back, guys. Chip leader. Chip leader at this final table. Not doing so good in this $30 3K. 28 out of 34 left. Looking at 14, 15 bigs. I almost feel like maybe focusing on this for a little bit. It's Chaos Theory making the min raise under the gun. I like it, buddy. I like it. So yeah, making the shove here with 15 big blinds and Jack 9 off against H2O Man's open limp. H2O Man open limping at 11 big blinds, and I've got some notes on him that suggest that he open limps pretty wide. I guess he calls pretty wide too, and he's got the one of the very few hands that we don't want to see, an ace 9 versus a jack 9. H2O Man, the notes read, open limps with all sorts of crap, stuff like jack 4 suited, 7-5 offsuit, blah, blah, blah. So looking down at jack 9 and thinking, okay, well, we've got some fold equity here, 15 bigs against an open limper who has 11 bigs. Looks like a decent spot. And it was a decent spot. I stick with that. It was a decent spot. Most of the time he has that weak ace, and if he calls, we're still looking at like, you know, 46, 44, 45%, somewhere in there. We're not supposed to be 3.5 to 1. 3.5 to 1. Okay. I'm in your pocket. I hope that you can see the future, and I hope that is the future. We'll find out. So Jack 8 off, making the fold, and yeah, we're kind of screwed in this 3K guaranteed with that Jack 9 off suit shove. Now we're looking at 3 big blinds, and Ace 9 suited will make the shove. So J1 are limping, Nutch making the shove for 8 bigs. And J1, are you gonna fold this? Oh, please tell me he folds. Makes the call with king high, and Nutch, I respect the shove, buddy. I really do. You know, you're looking at it thinking, I think I actually have a little bit of fold equity here. You should. King high. You should have fold equity there. 9-4. I love it, Nutch. I love it. You play that hand okay. You shouldn't feel bad about the way you just went out. Jay Wander's thinking, and he's like, come on, king. That's all he's thinking, Nutch. He's not thinking, well, I know that Nutch plays very creatively. I know that he's just all over the place. We're making the fold here, by the way, guys. So he could have any 2 cards. I guarantee you he's not thinking that. All he's thinking is, come on, king. Come on, jack. That's all he's thinking. So, Nutch, you did good. Look at this. We get to go 3 hands in a row where H2O man makes the open limp, and we make the shove. And he called us first with Ace 9, and we had Jack 9. Then he called us with Ace 4, and we had Ace 9. And now he what? Who knows? But we have a huge hand. Oh, now he squeezes, and we've got kings. This is actually kind of bad news for us, because H2O man making this squeeze, I mean, all of a sudden pocket king starts kind of shrinking up. How silly is it for me to think that H2O man at this point has aces? Well, we'll find out. So yeah, that's gonna do it for that tournament down there. That's stupid. Nice hand there, H2O man. So fucking transparent too. You know, if you're BK 1048 and you make the call with jacks and H2O man makes that stupid little min raise, it's time to make the fold there, BK. This is why you don't want to open limp with aces, because then it's so transparent when you make that stupid move. You know, H2O man, he kept on limping, now he limps and raises the minimum after an all-in shove for, 10 bigs. That's not a squeeze play, that's aces, and it's so transparent. If he were to just have been making, normal raises, and then he makes the raise and I make the shove, now BK 1048 isn't going to say, oh, well, I can get away from jacks pre-flop because H2O man can only have one hand. But the way H2O man played it, BK 1048 could have saved him could have saved himself some money there. Anyway, that's just ridiculous. Pocket kings going down in flames for pocket aces. We can't flop quads that time, but you know what, whatever. We're chip leader here with 7 players left. Let's focus on this. This is the one. $201 is what we're guaranteed, is what everyone's guaranteed. Now we have Jay Weiner making a raise, and B Shriver saying enough, I'm all in for 30,000 more. Does Jay Weiner call? Probably. I gotta think he calls here, Shriver. Yeah. What a nit roll that was, huh, Shriver? Look at that. So he thinks, and he thinks, and he tanks, and he thinks, and then he calls you with ace-queen suited. You know, he wasn't slow rolling you, Shriver. This was not a slow roll. This was a nit roll. You know, don't get too upset here. I know that, like, when that kind of stuff happens, my blood just boils. But Shriver, it's because he doesn't know what to do. It's not because he was trying to be rude. It's because he genuinely didn't know what to do. Yeah, not everyone that plays as many hands as you do, Shrever. So don't take that one personally. I guarantee you, this is not malice. And Jay Weiner now our new chip leader. Our new chip leader. Good call, Jay Weiner. Tough call. Shrever. We get a little richer, 237, and look at that little jump, $36. What a fun little jump. These are the WSOP is drunk. Look at this next jump. It goes from 240 to 310, so a $70 jump, and then from 5th to 4th, it goes a $55 jump. So it's a $70 jump between 6th and 7th, and then a $50 jump between 5th and 4th. Why? I'm not. It's not a rhetorical question. I'm asking you guys. Why do you think they do that? Like, I don't think that they're. Well, that's gonna do it for Turn the Nuts. Getting in there with Leona, and Leona decided to go ahead and put up the shield with pocket sixes. You can't blame Leona. Any pocket pair looks pretty good in that spot. Dodges the overcards on the flop. And then that beautiful 6 on the turn seals the deal. You gotta love it when you're looking at the difference between 102,000 or 16,000. Huge difference. And yeah, I'm gonna make the fold here with 7-2. But it's suited. Doesn't matter. We're making the fold. Edswood 7, man. It's been a little while since we made a final table. It hasn't happened in the last week, and it's been frustrating. We've made a couple of caches, but the caches have come in the final 2 tables. We got like a 10th place and a 13th place, and we made the money in the festival tournament today, event number 7, but didn't make the final table. It's been a little frustrating. Now we're here, and it feels like we never left. Chaos Theory making the min raise. Get out of your way, Chaos Theory. I respect you. I respect you, sir. Guys, I just want to say one more time, if you're new to the stream and you feel like doing me a favor, click on that follow button. It's the little heart button right underneath the video, and definitely helps us out. Hey, let's do this. 14K, a little 2.5x action. Let's see who blinks, Leona. I raise you because I respect you, Leona. I raise you because I'm putting you on a very wide open range, and I also think that you're good enough to fold. Ooh. Ooh. Chaos Theory calling and Leona squeezes. Does Leona squeeze? Leona could easily squeeze here. Wow. Folds. And we flop the set. How beautiful is this? We don't often slow play. We're not going to do it now. The only way that we're stacking these guys is if we keep on going. So let's go ahead and try to get it in there against that random queen. How about it, Jay Weiner? There's no way that he has queens here. There's no way. Feels like a double up. Or maybe Jay Warner has like sixes or something. He's just getting stubborn. There it is, 206,000. What did you have, Jay Warner? King Queen? Nope. He had ace six of diamonds. He had ace six of diamonds, so he called the flop with an ace high and hit his ace on the turn. I wonder what his plan was if he didn't hit the ace on the turn. I mean, like, if he doesn't hit a flush draw on the turn and he doesn't hit an ace on the turn, what's his plan? Do you think that this was like a float? This is like a weird float hand? Because I think that this was just like a, let's come on ace. I really think that's all he was thinking. Look at this hand history. Let me go ahead and load it up. And you know, like this is just like one of those spots. This is why most of the time it's not right to play your big monster hand slow. You know, because of this. Look at that, ace six of diamonds. Look at that. It's amazing. How did that happen? How did that happen, you guys? Like how did we get that much in there? I mean, look at that. It's 170,000 in the middle. Jay Weiner started this hand with 153,000 and ended it with 80,000. He lost 73,000 in this pot with ace six. He called on the button, and I don't hate the call. You know, I don't. I think it's fine. Now the flop comes out queen 2-8, and if we check this, Jay Warner probably checks too. The turn comes, Chaos Theory checks, and we try to get value, and Jay Warner calls our 10,000. And then on the river, we'd try to get more value, and Jay Weiner would call our 20,000. So we get 30,000 from Jay Weiner if we slow play it. Instead, we fire out a half pot, and yeah, Jay Weiner's gone. Hero to zero in two hands. We're four-handed now. What just happened? What just happened? This is what just happened. Ace 10 versus queens is what just happened. All in pre-flop? No. Right there on the flop, he fires out the pot size bet and calls Leona's shove. So he fires out a pot size bet with ace 10 on an 8-8-4 board at the final table, five-handed. Fires out a pot size bet with ace 10 offsuit on a 8-8-4 board. Then calls the shove for the rest of his stack. The rest of his, what was it, 62,000. I mean, I guess you're only leaving yourself with 33,000. So how can you fold? I guess you can't. I guess it's not that bad of a. I guess it's not that bad. Okay, we're gonna just switch now to just min bets. We're four-handed. We're at the final table. We're finally no more trailing digit. Now it's just straight min bet. Look, king 8-2 action against Leona, firing out the C bet here. You know what? We don't often do it. We're gonna check back. We're gonna go ahead and let Leona maybe decide to try to steal the pot from us right here. Oh, shoot, guys, I'm sorry. There we go. So he made the min raise on the pre-flop, got called from Leona, checked back on the king 8-2 flop, fired out 6,000 on the jack. Now the 10 comes. So let's fire out a half pot bet and see if we can't just take it. Well, we don't want to take it. We want the call, but I think that we get called with a pretty wide range of hands here. Any jack probably calls us. Any 10 probably calls us. So. Okay, so Pocket Sylvia making a 2.5x raise. And Pocket Sylvia, man. I think pocket threes is going to be good enough. Let's go ahead and make the raise. What do we got? So pocket Sylvia making 2.5x. And he's got 20, 24, 25 in front of him. Maybe we can just make the call here and do a little set mining. Screw it. Let's just quad mine. Why not just quad mine? Let's just do some quad mining. Okay, so an ace 10-5, not the flop we're looking for. We're going to go ahead and check fold. American Chess says, don't complain about an ATM. Not complaining, but I will tell you, American Chess, it's a bad player is not the same as an ATM. It's more like an ATM that tries to eat you. You know, that's basically what it is. It's like a bad player at the poker table is like an ATM that is actually trying to, like, you know, suck you in. It's like pops out the money and then you take it and just tries to chomp down on your hand. That's what a bad player is like. Four-handed, guys. I like it. I like it. Four-handed with a chip lead. I feel like maybe we should tweet it. Let's do. And guys, if you're not following on Twitter, it's at Dutch Boyd on the Twitterverse. It's Pocket Sylvia putting it in there. What do you do, Chaos Theory? 54,000 in front of you, 77,000 in the middle on Pocket Sylvia, putting you to the test. Chaos Theory saying, you know what? I don't think I'm good. I don't think I'm ahead. It's a tough one. It always feels wrong to fold. It always feels wrong to fold. We're gonna go and make the fold here. Chaos Theory is the drowning stack, and I don't really feel like attacking you, Chaos Theory. Leona, what about you? Let's make the min raise. So Leona raising to 8,025. I'm going to make the fold here with 7-3 suited. I will get out of your way, Leona. Just don't make a habit of it. Don't make a habit of that. Now Pocket Sylvia with 29 big blinds. And Leona making the raise. King 9 off. This is tempting. I'm going to make the fold, though. Raising with 8-3. Folding King 9. It's a pretty good one. Ace King, I will make the raise here. I would love for Pocket Sylvia to wake up with Ace Queen and an itch. I'd love Chaos Theory to wake up with King Queen and an itch. It's a huge hand, four-handed. Huge. Okay, beautiful. So Pocket Sylvia making the raise, making it 3x. Chaos Theory, what do you do? Makes the fold. Pocket Sylvia, man. I think it's time to go ahead and just make the shove. There's enough in there, 36,000, where you know what? I'm just gonna claim the equity. I'm also gonna start. I'm gonna try to dissuade you from doing this kind of move in the future. You get to see it. Yeah, that's the good news, Pocket Sylvia. The bad news, if you call, is you're going to be dominated 3.5 to 1. It's almost strong enough where I'm tempted just to make the call and slow play. Oh, no. So Pocket Sylvia makes the call, and we're the one dominated. Ace King offsuit versus Ace King offsuit, but he has the free roll if we both hit hearts, so it's going to be a chop. Pocket Sylvia. Man, what are the odds of that? I guess I'm glad that he didn't have Ace Queen. Randiferous 8, man. Good to see you in the stream. Saying good luck at Dutch Boyd. Win this shit, man. I'm going to try. Wait. I'm going to do it. There is no try. Only do. Gosh, chaos. 1.5 to 1. I'm sitting here just looking at the stupid ace rag. I'm surprised Pocket Sylvia thought so long with that ace king. Like really, actually, really surprised. Why think that long with ace king, Pocket Sylvia? I mean, that was a little bit of a nit roll. At the same time, it's like for all the marbles four-handed, it's like, oh, great. I don't think that he's thinking about whether he's going to call or not. He's thinking about like, oh, goddamn great. That's what he's thinking. That's all he's thinking. He's like, okay, let's hope that we don't get cracked here, or we hit an ace if he has a pocket pair. That's what he's thinking. I don't think he's trying to net roll us. Okay, so Leona, open limping in the small blind, fading a bet, check calling on the flop. I'm done with it. Feels like a weak ace to me. Nice hand there, Leona. Yeah, weak ace. Transparent much, Leona? Yeah. As soon as Leona called the C bet on the flop, it was like, okay. So now you're just gonna check and try to induce a bluff on all three streets. It's not gonna work. Okay, a little king four suited. Making the raise here. Pocket eights. Pocket eights is a good hand. Pocket eights is a very good hand, four-handed. It's a huge hand. I don't know like who I'm trying to convince. It's a huge hand, I tell you. It's a huge hand. 10-10-4. Pocket eights is a good hand. Wow, look at that. Look at Leona firing out just firing out a donk lead here. We're probably up against a 4 there. Sixes. He had sixes. I wonder if we could have gotten more if... I wonder if we could have gotten more on that... Shoot. So, Leona, I don't think I'm going to be able to raise you anymore. Let's go and just check back on this flop. Queen, deuce, deuce. Now we've got Leona firing at a half pot size bet. Let's play a little chicken, Leona. What's the difference between fourth and third? Can you tell me, Pocket Sylvia, what the difference is? I'm making the fold here. Godspeed, Chaos Theory. So Leona making the call with the ace-jack, and that looks like it's going to do it for Chaos Theory. Chaos Theory, man, you play a good game. You play a good game. Always a pleasure, my friend. I hope that you have continued success here on wsop.com. Fourth place is definitely not losing. Now we're three. Look at that. Now we are three-handed. I guess we don't have to take every button spot. It does feel wrong to fold that. It does feel a little nitty to fold. That's okay. Between the two of them, I'd rather give chips to Pocket Sylvia than Leona. Let's make the raise here. Now the idea here is to try to push down Leona. Push Leona down and push Leona down. We're not really going out of our way to bust out Pocket Sylvia. I mean, once it gets heads up, Leona doesn't really have anything to lose. Until then, though, Leona should be, considering ICM and should be, reluctant to let let himself go out or herself go out in third place here. So that's why we are raising our buttons and folding our small blinds. And then once it gets a little bit more evened up, then we'll start attacking Pocket Sylvia again. And the idea is just keep on kind of pushing them both down at the same time, pushing them both down. I'm actually going to check back here. There's going to be a little delayed c-bet. Wow. Or we can just hit our 10. Two changes, nothing. So let's do this. I think that we can dig for gold here against Leona. I think Leona can put us on a lot of busted draws and hero call us here. Leona can put us on like an 8-7 or a Jack-7. Yeah, and does hero call us. What does Leona call us with, you guys?
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
6-3. So it was a hero call. Leona, you did good. You did fine. And Leona now making a min raise. And yeah, at this point, let's just go ahead and max this up. By the way, we got Escape into Art just subscribing. I feel like Escape into Art has been a subscriber before. And Escape into Art, really appreciate you supporting the stream, man. Thank you very much for being here. You're awesome. I'm going to go ahead and send you that welcome email just the same, even though I think that you might have already gotten it. But you're going to get a couple of fist bump patches. A couple of fist bump patches. I'm going to make the fold here. Leona, you've sunk enough into my stack. Now it's time to kind of spread the aggression out. You're going to get a couple fist bump patches. You're also going to get that download link to my digital version of Poker Tilt, Pocket Sylvia. Let's go ahead and make the max shove here. Net rolling with ace king? No. Makes the fold. Why is that 500 in front of us? I don't know. That was weird. Earl Burton in the stream. Good to see you, Mr. Burton. Earl Burton, a legend in poker media. It's great to see you, sir. I hope that your 2016 is going well. Okay, Pocket Sylvia. I'll look you up. Little ace jack looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Let's make this let's make this 3x. And it's going to be a call any. Let's see a flop. 8-9 suited on ace queen 5. Leona making that check. Yeah, let's fire out the c-bet. What do you think, Leona? ICM stands for Independent Chip Model, Stephen Rushing. It's basically just a fancy way of saying that you have to consider the payout jumps when you're making plays. You got to consider that if you can also use it when you're deciding, when you're trying to come up with an equitable chop. The idea is, like, let's say that we played this position, these three players, and we played this over and over and over and over and over again, right? A million times. What is my average equity here? What is Leona's average equity here? And what is Pocket Sylvia's average equity here? We're all guaranteed third place, right? So $475 is kind of the lower, that is as low as it gets. So Pocket Sylvia, if you were going to come up with like a fair price to give Pocket Sylvia, it's not that low. There's 500, 460, 580,000 chips in play. So Pocket Sylvia has like a little less than 20% of the stack, of all the chips in play, a little bit less than 20%. I'm gonna make the fold here against Leona, by the way. Guaranteed 475. So you look at the difference between 475 and 768, and the difference between 768 and 1134. You're basically looking at, okay, so 475, 300, and then the difference is 500, 600. So we're basically playing for $900 here. So 20% of 900 should be around 200. So I kind of feel like if you were going to give Pocket Sylvia a fair price, it would probably be somewhere around $600. $650. 650 sounds right. And same for Leona. And if you were going to give me a fair price, it would probably be like 900. Let's go ahead and make the check back here with Queen 4 suited. I feel like Leona's kind of setting us up. Why do I feel like this is a trap? I don't know. Spidey sense is going off. I'm checking back. Maybe Leona is going to show up with like a 6-3, and I'm going to be like, why did I just give you 2 free shots at a 6-outer? Checking back. Yeah, Jack 7. So why did I do it? I don't know why, Leona. And Kid Rhino, that's the idea. So, I mean, I'm in a pretty good spot here where both of these players, their ICM is such that they really make their money by not going out next. I mean, if Leona or Pocket Sylvia doubles up, it doesn't really change their stack so much. It doesn't change their fair price for the tournament. They're not going to be, they're not going to be. What am I trying to say? If their stack doubles up, their expected value does not double with it, I guess is the best way to say it. So this is kind of a disaster for Leona. Like, if Leona makes the call here, it's quite the sweat, and Pocket Sylvia is just loving it. I don't love when Leona makes the call. I'd prefer Leona to fold. But if Leona does make the call, the one person who wins out in that situation is Pocket Sylvia. Pocket Sylvia's equity goes way up. And then if Leona doubles up, then Pocket Sylvia's equity goes down. But like overall, when Leona makes the raise and I make the shove, Pocket Sylvia is the one who wins. So that's what ICM is all about. Basically just a very fancy way of saying you have to consider the payout jumps at this stage of the tournament, and you have to consider how the other opponents should be, playing optimally. So Pocket Sylvia making the min raise, looking at 10-2, and Pocket Sylvia, you're going to get some chips. The idea here, guys, again, is keep them even and keep them both going down together. That's what we're trying to do here. God. Let's hit a jack. Let's hit a king. Let's hit a jack. Let's hit a king. Pocket Sylvia. Pocket Sylvia with the unbeatable hand. Three-handed with the unbeatable hand, and it gets cracked. What a disaster. And Leona, loving life right now. Leona, I'm going to make the fold here on the first hand. Just so that you know that it's okay to fold buttons, and just so that you can give me a little bit of credit when I make raises from here on out. It's a call inning. It's a call inning. So guaranteed 2. Oh man, that unbeatable hand. Wow, that sucks for him. It sucks for him, but he played good. $475. He, once that bad beat shakes off, hopefully he'll realize that that's an accomplishment. He did a good job. He did a good job. Pocket Sylvia, if someone was going to offer you third place at the very beginning of the tournament, you'd feel good about it. You'd feel good about it. So, shake it off. Leona making the shove? No. It's time to go ahead and just call. 7, 10, 4. A pair of 7s still looks pretty good. Let's fire out a C-bet here. What do we do if Leona makes the shove against us? I have no idea. No idea. He could have a 10. He could easily have a 10. He could also easily have a 4 or some sort of combo draw. 10-8 is about the worst it gets. That's like the worst matchup. Because now we were drawing dead to 2 outs. So that sucked. That sucked. Nice hand there, Leona. Deciding not to slow play at all. Just check raise all in. Leona open limping on the button. Okay, let's put a little pressure on you, Leona. You got the double up. How do you like it? Oh, getting greedy. Okay. So pretty much exactly what we didn't want to see happen is happening. Leona doubling up and evening it up pretty good. We had a pretty good shot at 5-1 when we started the heads-up match, but now it's 2-1. We still have a pretty good advantage. We still have the chip position. We still have what I think is Leona limping in again on the button. What I think is probably the heads-up experience. So let's take it down. I'm smelling pizza. I'm tasting it. Leona with 29 bigs. It's a lot of chips. It's a lot of chips, Leona. You have a lot of chips here. Go and make the call here with the ace-6 of diamonds. It's strong enough. Okay, so ace-high still probably should be good against you, Leona. I'm kind of putting you on like a king-10, king-queen type hand here. And do we want to take our equity, or do we want to go ahead and give Leona a chance to fire out with only 6 outs? Let's do that. I'm thinking that I'm at about an 88% favorite here. So let's make the call and lock it in. That locks it in. You gonna bluff it, Leona? Leona does. King 3. Brutal. Nice hand. Nice hand, Leona. It's not what I put her on. I put her on a king, queen, king, jack, king 10, not a king 3. Okay, let's make the fold here on the button. Take a deep breath. Leona just evened it up. 1046. Stonk lead into Leona. We don't often do this, but I'm not expecting Leona to check back or to c-bet if If he didn't hit the pot. If he didn't hit the flop. Okay, firing out a half pot size bet. What do you think, Leona? Got pocket twos here. Feeling okay about it. And I'm in your pocket saying, remember my prediction, 10 hands or less. Okay, I will remember that prediction. I'm in your pocket. How many hands has it been? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so the prediction is not this tournament, buddy. Leona check calling. Let's check back. King on the river. Probably shouldn't change the equation much. Leona checking, and I'm really, really tempted to fire out a very thin value bet with an 8. 8, 9. Nice hand there, Leona. Ace 3, make the raise. Probably need to start standardizing a little bit better as far as timing goes. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's pretty funny there, Captain Wesker. He says, I love after all this time, the Shark still has a Smurf hat on heads up at the final table. That is pretty funny. That is what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like a Smurf hat. Price of poker going up. And Leona making a 2.5x raise here against her Queen 8. Pretty good flop for Queen 8, you guys. Pretty good turn for Queen 8. And horrible river. Leona with the 7-5 offsuit. So yeah, I mean we played it pretty perfectly. The only way that I could think of maybe playing it better is if we could have designed some sort of river bet amount that might have induced a bluff. Yeah, 7-5 off. Leona, we don't often do it, but I'm going to go ahead and check back here. And giving up. So we have a 4-3 advantage, guys. 4-3. Leona making a min raise now instead of a 2.5x raise. What does it mean? I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and see a flop. Ace 8-2 seems pretty decent. It's a pretty good flop. Leona firing out. I don't blame you, Leona. Jack of spades. Jack of clubs. Well, we're splitting with an 8. I wonder if we could have gotten value. Nope. He had king 3. So maybe he hero calls us there. You think he hero calls us with the king high? I don't know. Let's hit that 5, you guys. Let's just be done with it. Let's hit a 5. Have Leona have like a 5-3. Oh, that's not hitting anything. Now we've got 10 high. Can we get value here? I mean, like, can we get him out? I guess we'll just check back. Nice hand there, Leona. Nice call on the flop. Sarcasm for the win. Okay, making the call here with 9-4 suited. Jack 5-6. Not horrible. The jack. Fire off a half pot. We got Joel Tech in the stream. Good to see you, Joel Tech. Thank you guys for being here as we try to finish it. Finish him. Man, Leona. I haven't seen Leona much on this site, just in the last week or so, and I've been seeing Leona a lot. Okay, so Leona making a min raise. And it's a call any Leona. I'm not going anywhere. We got 2-1. We're on break. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're heads up for all the marbles. Look at this. Guaranteed $768. First place is $1,134. I like my chances. Do you like our chances? I like my chances. We've got the hardware behind us. We've got the stream with us. We've got the Twitch Run Good. The Twitch Run Good is real. We've got the fist bump patch, which protects us from the bad beats. We've got the magic feather. You guys are awesome. We'll be right back in 4 minutes and 24 seconds. Make sure to hit us up on Twitter, @DutchBoyd. I'm going to go ahead and tweet about this wonderful heads-up match that we're finding ourselves in. Gosh, I would like a happy ending. All I want to do is stream a story with a happy ending, you guys. That's all I'm trying to do. You guys are awesome. We'll be right back. Thanks again for all of our new subs, all of our new followers. Make sure to click on that follow button, the little heart right underneath the video, and we'll be right back.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
Okay, guys, we're back. We're back with the chip advantage. Bob the Hatter saying he's rooting for me. Thank you very much, man. Look at that, pocket kings. Oh, how pretty. How pretty is that hand? Let's go ahead and make the raise.
Oh my god, good luck.
Oh, I'd love for Leona to just shove here. Yeah, I'd much rather that king be a jack. Hitting the top set there kind of sucked.
Did they fold
Back-to-back kings, what the hell?
again?
How did that happen? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That happened. And Leona shoves. Boom! Ace-jack, let's hold. Hold, boys, hold the line. There we go. First win. First win of 2016. That feels good. Back-to-back pocket kings. Jesus, Leona. How does that happen? Hey, Leona, man. Whoa. We got the bubbles. Oh, my gosh. Look at it. Were you planning on that, or did you just do it? Did you just come up with that? Woo! You guys are awesome. Thank you guys for being here. We really appreciate it.
Sorry. Too bubbly.
I appreciate it. Big shout out to our newest sub, bigger in F9, guys. The sub chat is off. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna plug my book again, Poker Tilt. Check it out, and yeah, that feels pretty good, guys. There it is, first place.
You can win still.
I can win. I thought it might have been the last time. So there it is, the first W of 2016, you guys, in the books. I'm feeling like the drought is over, just in time for the big Sunday tournaments tomorrow. We're going to be back at 2 o'clock, where tomorrow we're going to be hanging out with Bob Hatter before we get the pokers in. And we're going to be talking about, actually, you know what? Maybe he'd want to do it right now, since we've got some time. Let me see if we can get Bob the Hatter.
You should whisper him. So people don't get the...
Well, no, let's do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. We're going to be back at 2 o'clock tomorrow, you guys, to talk about some HPT structure sheets and Bob Hatter. He has a Tasty Stakes listing up without a markup, so it's definitely a plus EV bet. And I'm going to be going through and buying a piece tomorrow, so hopefully there's still some action left. And then we're going to be at 3 o'clock, starting in that Disneyland tournament, the $200. And the Winter Poker Festival main event starts tomorrow. So 2 really big tournaments tomorrow. 2 big $200 buy-in tournaments tomorrow. And then there's the $100 reloader that we'll probably play as well. Guys, I really appreciate all of you being here.
You should wait until people can congratulate you.
Yeah, okay. I'll shut it. Let me get the subscribers off real quick.
Yeah, they have to see it.
I've got it set up.
Oh,
And that's it, really. I mean, I don't really have anything more to say. Just really appreciate all of you being here. Thank you so much for following the stream. Click that heart button if you haven't already followed. If you're watching this on YouTube, come over to twitch.tv/DutchBoyd sometime and watch the thing live. It's definitely a difference, when you're actually seeing it happen in real time and getting, interacting with the chat, interacting with me sometimes when there's not when there's not a lot going on. Twitch is really awesome. And guys, make sure to join us tomorrow at 2:00. Follow the stream by clicking on that heart. If you want to subscribe, click on the subscribe button for $4.99. Not only do you get the emoticons, not only do you get the cool sub perks of being able to watch the past videos, use the emoticons, but you also get the DRM-free digital version of Poker Tilt and a couple of fist bump patches sent over to you. So some cool sub perks, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and shut it off. We'll be back tomorrow at 2:00. I'm watching it right now. Let me just pop it
Watch
on
the
here.
bubbles. I want to see the bubbles. I just want to watch the bubble part.
I can't hear it.
What's going on right now?
Yeah, I'm watching the end.
Are you scared?
Yeah, I'd much rather that king be a jack. Hitting the top set there kind of sucked.
Did they fold
Back-to-back kings. What the hell?
again?
How did that happen? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That happened. And Leona shoves. Boom! Ace Jack. Let's hold. Hold, boys. Hold the line. There we go. First win. First win of 2016. That feels good. Back-to-back pocket kings. Jesus, Leona. How does that happen? Hey, Leona, man. Whoa. We got the bubbles. Oh, my gosh. Look at it. Were you planning on that, or did you just do it? Did you just come up with that? You guys are awesome. Thank you guys for being here. We really appreciate it. That was awesome. Guys, you guys are the best. I'll see y'all later. Our newest sub, bigger NF9. Guys, the sub chat is awesome.